That was absolutely fantastic. Let me see if we can get all of us. Yes, we are. Buonasera, tutte e due. Mirco and Giorgio. It's such a pleasure. Before I ask you, Giorgio, about the composition that you played, let me share a few words and introducing you both. Friends, buonasera tutti, buonasera Italia, good evening India, Sat Sri Akal, Assalamu Alaikum, Namaskar, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I welcome you all to the 140th conversation of the ongoing YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series. This series, as you all know, is dedicated to the 550th birth anniversary of Sahib Sri Gurū Nānak Dēv. I'm in conversation, as you've just heard, the flying fingers, if I may, of Professor Giorgio Dellarole. He's joining me live from Aosta in Italy, and it's very close to Forte di Bard, the fort of Bard, which I visited, and it's been conserved recently under the guidance of Professor Paolo Ceccarelli, who holds the UNESCO chair and who headed my foundation's scientific advisory committee from 2009 onwards for about 6 years. And I'm very nostalgic already because I've seen that place. So he's joining us live from Aosta. And Mirco, where are you joining from today? Are you in
this moment I am in Spoleto. Now I am in Spoleto.
Okay, all right. So a couple of words about both of them. Giorgio Dellarole is an Italian exponent of the accordion. Fisarmonica, as I think they call in Italian. He studied with Emanuele Spantaconi and Sergio Scappini, then going on to specialize in the performance of the early music with Marco Farolfi, Emilia Fadini and Luca Oberti. And that is of great interest to me personally. He has recorded as a soloist and with chamber ensembles from duo to sextet, performing early music as well as contemporary and tango repertoire all over Italy, Europe, China, Africa and the United States. I'm glad to fly him virtually to South Asia today. Dellarole has premiered works by Nicola Campogrande and Angelo Gilardino Dellarole.
No, it's a mistake, Angelo
Gilardino. Okay. I was wondering, my team, Nehal and Upasna, you guys messed up. And I read it too. I should have read it myself. Anyway, Giorgio's instrument is the custom accordion made by Scandalli, and which is it'll be my pleasure to speak with Mirco, who is the president of Scandalli Accordions, attuned to the Valotti temperament at A415 Hertz, A415 Hertz for early music, another aspect of my interest. And I was talking to Professor Claudio Brizzi, and he mentioned about all of these. I said I must speak with both of them. So I'm so grateful to Claudio also for the introductions. Giorgio collaborates with musicians including Michele Andalo, Michele Andalo, Alessandro Tampieri and Imbi Tarum, professor of accordion at the Conservatory Arrigo Boito of Parma. Dellarole studies Baroque and classical repertoire and is a pioneer in bringing scholarly attention to the accordion. Through his master classes, Dellarole underscores the value of stylistic and philological research for accordionists playing early music. And today, of course, as I mentioned, we are joined by Mirco Patarini. Maestro Mirco Patarini is the president, as I mentioned, of Scandalli Accordions. But equally importantly, and I'm going to be bugging him to share with us about the Confederation. He's the president of the Confederation Internationale des Accordionistes. It's my pleasure. I'll just share a few words about both of you in my mother tongue, Punjabi. I cannot speak in Neapolitan much, a little bit in Italian, but the Italians don't really need your introductions. So I'll just share a few words. If you want to hear Punjabi, it's very close to Italian. Anyway, they're sisters from Latin and Sanskrit. And like tu come stai, as I always joke about it, tu come va, tu kime hai, it's very Punjabi. Tu kime hai, tu come stai is very similar. दोस्तों, साथियों, जी सदके जी आया नू सतकरतार, आज 140वीं बैठक है, आज मेरा सुभाग है, मेरी आज मुलाकात दो उस्तादां दे नाल है जिहड़े accordion साज दे नाल जिन्हां दा संबंध है. प्रोफेसर जॉर्जो डेलारोले इटली दे वड्डे जिन्हों कहिए वादक हन के accordion दे. इन्हां ने एमैनुएल स्पांताकोनी ते सर्जो स्कापीनी दे अधीन इन्हां ने इल्म हासिल किया. फिर इन्हां ने स्पैशलाइज किया जड़ा मध्यकालीन युग दा जड़ा संगीत सी, मार्को फारोल्फी दे अधीन, एमिलिया फदीनी दे अधीन ते लूका ओबेर्ती दे नाल. इन्हां ने सोलो भी एकल वादन भी रिकॉर्ड किया ते चैंबर एनसैम्बल्स जड़े 2 जणियां तो लैके 6 जणे इकट्ठे वजांदे ने, ਇਹੋ ਜੀ ਸੈਟਿੰਗਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ अर्ली म्यूजिक ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਰਫਾਰਮ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ. ਕੰਟੈਂਪਰੇਰੀ ਤੇ ਟੈਂਗੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਪਰਟੋਰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਯੂਰਪ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ, ਚਾਈਨਾ, ਅਫਰੀਕਾ, ਯੂਰਪ ਦੇ ਮੁxtਲਿਫ ਇਲਾਕਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵਜਾਇਆ ਹੈਗਾ. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਿਕੋਲਾ ਕੰਪੋਗ੍ਰਾਂਦੇ ਤੇ ਆਂਜਲੋ ਜਿਲਾਰਦੀਨੋ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਮ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨਸ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਮੀਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਜ਼ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਾਬਿਲੇ ਗੌਰ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟਿਊਨਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਆਮ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ 440 ਜਾਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਟਿਊਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਯੁੱਗ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਟਿਊਨਿੰਗ ਇਹ 415 ਹਰਟਜ਼ A415 ਹਰਟਜ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ, ਜੋ ਕਿ ਖਾਸ ਕਸਟਮ ਟਿਊਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸਕੈਂਡਾਲੀ ਐਕੋਰਡੀਅਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਮਾਇਸਟਰੋ ਉਸਤਾਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੀਰਕੋ ਪਤਰੀਨੀ ਅੱਜ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ। ਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਅੱਧਾ ਘੰਟਾ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨਗੇ, ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਜੋਰਜੋ ਡੈਲਾਰੋਲੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਰੀ ਰਹੇਗੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਪਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਜ਼ ਵਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲ ਕਸਟਮ ਟਿਊਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ 15ਵੀਂ 16ਵੀਂ 17ਵੀਂ 18ਵੀਂ ਸ਼ਤਾਬਦੀ ਦੇ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਟਿਊਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹ ਵਲੋਥੀ ਟੈਂਪਰਾਮੈਂਟ ਕਹਿਲਾਉਂਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟਿਊਨਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹਾਸਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਜੋਰਜੋ ਹਣੀ ਕੋਲੈਬੋਰੇਟ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਮਿਖੇਲੇ ਅੰਦੋਲੋ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਅਲੈਸਾਂਦਰੋ ਤਾਂਪੀਏਰੀ ਔਰ ਇੰਬੀ ਤਾਰੂਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਹਨਗੇ ਅਕੋਰਡੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਕਨਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਰੀ ਅਰੀਗੋ ਬੋਇਤੋ ਔਰ ਪਾਰਮਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੀ ਕਨਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਰੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਦੀ। ਇਹ ਬਰੋਕ ਤੇ ਕਲਾਸੀਕਲ ਰੈਪਰਟੋਆਰ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਸਿਖਾਉਂਦੇ ਵੀ ਨੇ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਕਾਦਮਿਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਜ਼ਰੀਆ ਹੈ ਅਕੋਰਡੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਪੱਖ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਪਾਇਨੀਅਰ ਗਿਣੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਅਦੁੱਤੀ ਕੰਮ ਹੈਗਾ। ਇਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਾਸਟਰ ਕਲਾਸਿਸ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਇਹ ਉਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਸਟਾਈਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਤੇ ਫਿਲੋਲੋਜੀਕਲ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਹੈ ਅਕੋਰਡੀਅਨਿਸਟ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਕੋਰਡੀਅਨ ਵਜਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ अर्ली संगीत जड़े कि जड़ा पहले युग का जड़ा मध्यकालीन युग का जड़ा संगीत सी ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਬਤ एक खास इन्हां दी मुहारत है उस सिखाण दे विच। So once again Mirco and Giorgio, my apologies for a little longish introduction, but I thought it's very important for I mean in India we have 25 official languages. I speak about maybe 4 or 5 of them. So we are like a very unique civilization, but I thought at least I must share it with my Punjabi speaking fraternity which is spread across South Asia, especially in India and Pakistan and around the world. So welcome again to the 140th Virtual Baithak. And for me, you know, it's a return back. I started with Maestro Luigi Polsini. We started this on the 19th of April. It's now 140. So it's fantastic to have you both joining with us from all the way from Italy. And one of our very dear friends, Rita Chenni, is saying buongiorno from Bologna. She's a journalist, lives in, you know, usually is in Delhi, but she's back in Bologna. So tell us, Giorgio, to begin with, before I come to Mirco to share with us about the history of the instrument, and as I shared with everyone about the tuning, the A415, you know, the temperament to which the instrument is also tuned. Before we come to that, can you just tell us about the piece that you played?
Yes, it was one sonata by Domenico Scarlatti. He wrote about 500 and something sonatas for harpsichord.
I see.
And we can play a lot of them with accordion. This is very nice, and I was very lucky because I can work on this repertoire with, I think, actually the best musicologist and musician on this music, Emilia Fadini. This is a wonderful professor, 90 years old in some days.
I see.
Yes. And she wrote the best edition of Scarlatti sonatas, 11 books with the Urtext edition that actually is the best. And with accordion is not so normal to can study with an harpsichordist musicologist. So I was really very lucky, and I work a lot on this repertoire. And this was the sonata K159 in C major, called La Caccia.
I see. And so I'm understanding that, of course, early music you've tuned it to. When was accordion made? Mirco, can you tell us about the origin of the instrument accordion? We understand that the clavichord and the harpsichord, way back, I have, of course, spoken with Professor Claudio Brizzi in the past. Tell us about the advent of this instrument.
Well, the accordion story is much shorter than harpsichord and the clavichord, and even about the piano. We have to say that the principle of sound of accordion is given by a free reed. The free reed is something that is well known since many centuries and used for the first time in the Chinese instrument Cheng. That was an instrument that you have to blow. But to find something similar to an accordion, we have to arrive to the beginning of 1800. The first patent that we find about a small box that was called accordion is in 1829, and was a patent in Vienna by an Armenian person that was Cyril Demian. But this was a kind of toy. In the Museum of Accordion in Castelfidardo, we have a copy of this instrument that was just a box with some reeds inside, a bellows, and some button to play something, but not a real musical instrument. But we can say that
some chords,
exactly. Some chords. That's why accordion.
The name means instrument that make chords. And I think this old instrument had 5 levers, and each play a chord made by 5 notes. So this is the instrument that play chords.
Exactly.
And they use this for singing.
I see. To accompany some singing, not to play it, of course. In this period, also a little before, and in all this period around the area of Austria, south of Poland, Czech Republic, Slovenia, this area that was called also Bohemia in that time. So it seems there were various artisans that were making different kind of little instruments with bellows, because this is what we can say accordion was born when somebody put a bellows and not blowing by the breath to play to activate the reed. And so, by the way, this is the first document that we have is patent by Cyril Demian. But then, of course, the evolution was quite fast. From that area, this instrument was because there was a lot of people from that area in Austria and was coming to Italy and walking, because the Catholic religion was very strong still now, but there were a lot of people walking, and they called them pellegrini, that was walking to Italy and going back. And these instruments probably arrived in Italy in this way, with this kind of people, until in the middle of 1800, a little after, some group of people, and about all one special person, Paolo Soprani, started to produce in series these small instruments.
I see.
And he was able also to play this accordion that we call organetto in our language. It's very small organ. And he was playing this instrument and selling to the people that was coming to Italy to see one of the most important Catholic churches, that is the Basilica della Madonna Nera in Loreto. And this area is very close to Castelfidardo. After some year in Castelfidardo, and this area started a lot of accordion, let's say, companies. In the beginning, it was just families producing many of these instruments. And then they started to have also employers, and already in the beginning of 1900, there was quite big production of accordions.
I see.
In the same time, in another area of Italy that is around Pavia, in the north of Italy, in a small city called Stradella, another person started a similar way like Paolo Soprani in Castelfidardo, and this person was dalle. And dalle is the second brand that was practically contemporary of Paolo Soprani. these people didn't invent the accordion, as somebody used to say, but they were the first that understood that accordion was possible to produce in big quantities and to create an industry and really to produce many thousands of pieces. From there, of course, in Germany, a big producer of mount harmonica, Hohner, also started in that period to make also accordions, because the principle, the free reed is the same, just to avoid to blow and to put the bellows, and they started to produce in their way the accordion. But then the instrument that had immediately about all after the First World War had a big success, because we have to think in that time there was not electronic and to play.
Oops, there's a signal issue, I think.
Stops.
There was a signal issue.
Mirco,
we lost you. Mirco, we lost you for a moment, yeah. Can you tell
Hello?
about
you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, yes. We lost you.
Yeah, okay.
So
I was telling you that
before you go there, just to ask you, so the advent of harmonium around 1840, 1842, I used to think it was 1840, but Professor Claudio Brisi told me it was 1842 in France. And the keyboard already existed in the various organs, the keyboard idea, the piano, the harpsichord, etc.,
yes,
the clavichord, and so on and so forth. So I don't have the image of the one that you mentioned about the Armenian and others that was created. So unfortunately today I don't have that. But maybe in the next time when we have an exclusive conversation with you, we can have the image to show everybody. Did the original, the small organetto that was created, did it have the keys or did it have the buttons? The first edition?
Only buttons.
Only buttons. Okay.
Yes.
So, so my question is, has it any relationship with the harmonium or the harmonica with the horner that you brought in? How is that? Is there any relationship any time accordion and harmonium or the keyboards met?
But now it's very difficult to find the real what was first and then second.
Oh, I see.
But we consider that the accordion was born when somebody had the idea to use the bellows by hands and not to blow or to use pedals or something else. You want to say something, Giorgio?
Yes, Giorgio was saying something. I was coming to him.
I think to remember that the accordion by Demian has some levers, not button, not keys, 5 levers.
I see.
Yes, a little different, yes.
And then usually they put buttons on accordion.
Exactly.
On these little organs, they were not accordions. I wrote here, I'm reading, so I don't remember.
Please, yeah.
That in 1818, they built a Fis harmonica, Anton Haeckel in Wien, and put a keyboard for maybe the first time on accordion. And then, yes, the harmonium is come some decades later, on 1840, I think, with the ban in France. But I wrote that this Fis harmonica, 1818, is the first trials to put a keyboard on accordion. And also,
but without bellows on the...
Yes. No, because this has not bellows. This is only a keyboard with 3 reeds to put under a piano. And then in 1852, 1854, in France and in Wien, they built some. I wrote harmony flute by Bouton, a French guy from Vaugirard in France, built this harmony flute, a bisonoric accordion with a keyboard, with keys, not buttons. And then between 1851 and 1854, Bauer in Wien built a clavier harmonica with a keyboard.
I see. Well, that's fantastic. So, Mirco, you were mentioning about the World War II around the time, the First War and the Second War
Yes.
that it came into. Can you continue from there, please?
Yes, that time was, we can imagine that the accordion was the only instrument really portable that you can use alone and to play everything by yourself. And the only other instrument that you can bring with you to accompany songs and so is the guitar, but of course it's not the same thing. And the piano you cannot bring with you every time you go out or you organize a party with friends. Yeah. So the accordion in that time had a very big success because it was very easy to carry with you, and also to carry with you about all was a lot of Italians that was starting to emigrate in the north of Europe and also in the USA. Mm-hmm. And so the diffusion of this instrument was very big after the First War and after the Second World War. That was really very, it was sold in very big quantities. Also because about all in the USA, the cost of an accordion made in Italy was very cheap in that moment, with the change rate between Italian lira and the US dollar.
After the Second World War, things broke,
The biggest market for accordions in that moment that made really big companies, a big factory, was the USA. And then starting also the Europe and also the south of the Americas. But this was the main moment, the most big time of accordion. There were a couple of accordion factories in Italy, in Castelfidardo, each one with more than 1,000 employers.
Wow.
And then, yes, and then many others smaller, but we had, I don't know, in the story, maybe something like 50 or 60 brands, different brands in Italy. Of course, in the same time, then started production from many other places. For example, in the USA, when there was so big success, there was some producer that started to make instruments in the USA, like Petosa, for example, in Washington State, in Seattle, or also Excelsior, Giulietti. But these companies understood immediately it was much more easy and cheap to produce it in Italy and use their brands to distribute. In fact, all instruments, Petosa, Giulietti, Excelsior, and Bradoni, all these instruments that were American brands were made in Italy mainly.
I see. So they made and just branded it. They were just branding it. Okay.
Yes. At the same time, Honor was growing in the city, in Germany, in the city of Trossingen, a small city. And another company was starting and producing, is still existing in the city of Klingenthal, that is called Weltmeister. And then there was a company in Czech Republic, not far from Prague, that was called Delizia, that was producing a lot of instruments about all for the market of the Soviet Union in that time and all the countries around. In Russia, started and developed mainly the button accordion to one company mainly called Jupiter. And then we have a lot of big production in China.
I see.
And today also in North Korea. It's interesting,
really?
North Korea, because, yes, I have been in Pyongyang and I saw one of these companies. It's quite interesting because when in the late 60s and in the 70s, the accordion market was going down in all the Western countries, because started the time of electronic, the digital things, and started also the time of groups with guitars, with speakers, so the rock and this kind of music. We have a moment where acoustic accordion alone was going down. But if you see North Korea, where they have not the electronic instruments, because they don't produce and they cannot import.
Yeah.
Still now, for them, the most important instruments are the accordion, the piano, and the guitar.
I see.
But the most popular instrument to bring with you and to play with friends and that is portable is the accordion.
I see.
And so maybe nobody knows because it's not part of the international community. But I have been there and I saw that they have a really, really big production and a really big passion for accordion.
Yeah, you mentioned about the idea of the electronic. I mean, before we come to the fact that you mentioned about the society which didn't have much imports, so the manual, it was more organic, the society. What has been the impact of electronic music in terms of also in the film music, in Indian film industry? In the 50s and 60s, we used to have some of the top film stars playing the accordion and singing the song in the Bollywood, what's called Bollywood. But now we see a lot of work which is happening on keyboards and synthesizers. How has the industry, the accordion industry, adapted itself over the last 2.5 or 3 decades since the synthesizers came first and then the electronic keyboards? They became quite advanced. I mean, some of the keyboards I've seen have mimicked the piano touch, also the weight of the key and all that. Yeah.
Well, the accordion, we have electronic, let's say, accordions since a long time.
I see.
When probably the first time, maybe Farfisa was making the first example, because it was just putting in one accordion the same things that they put in one electronic organ.
I see.
And the first chord box, the transi chord, we are speaking about the 60s, not.
Oh, I see.
Not
so it's called the transi chord. I see. And it would be lighter also as well, much lighter, because it's electronics. It's a simulation. No?
In that time, yes, but in that time the electronic was not digital, was analogic, and you have to put many things inside the instrument to make working.
I'd love to hear it once.
This was the time just when you had electronic organs, analogic, that have some sound. They call it this button you push and you have a piano, but it was not piano sound. It was something completely different. But anyway, it was something that had a big success. But when we arrived to the probably the 80s, when we had for the first time instruments with sound in PCM, pulse code modulation, that is sampling, that we call now, we still use this, then many of electronic sounds started to see alike to the acoustic instruments. The piano was the one when big companies invested more money, like Yamaha and Korg, Roland, Casio, Kawai, and they made something that is close to the sound of a real piano. But the sound is real close, not the action and not the complex of instrument. I mean, if you listen a disc of a pop singer where is piano sound, you cannot say if it's electronic sound or was an acoustic piano. But if you put a pianist sitting on electronic piano or acoustic piano, he will tell you which one is the piano. It's not. There is no way, in my opinion, today to have really the same
to simulate,
effect, the same
simulate
feeling.
the original, the organic sound.
Yes, and with the accordion is much more difficult. Much more difficult to have a good simulation, and there is not enough big market to justify big investments to find the real close effect.
I see.
Roland made something very good, very advanced, but in my opinion, even this instrument that is very good, has many effects. The accordion has many problems because there are many kinds of accordions, like many kinds of button accordions. Free bass, Giorgio played what we call C riff, but there is a big riff, there is a Finnish system, there is a Russian system. An electronic accordion, push a button and you have all in the acoustic. So it's quite interesting and helps in many things, and you can use electronic sounds. But if you want to play accordion with accordion sound, it's quite far from the real accordion sound and the feeling to play.
I see.
But anyway, we have electronic accordions, and we had in the past a huge market, And today it's a little maybe smaller, but it's still there. And there is people who likes very much to use this technology directly on the accordion. To play, for example, a saxophone sound is much more interesting from an electronic accordion because you have the bellows and you can simulate the expression that you can give with your blowing, with your breath. In the piano, you can simulate the attack of the sound, but all the expression. So for some way, it's really, really interesting and good to use if you want to enjoy.
But how is the industry in the accordion sales? I mean, are there many buyers? What are the markets? Usually Europe still, there are people who buy or?
Well, today, I can say that maybe the 90% of production of very good instruments is in Castelfidardo in Italy, in around one area, small area, because there all the producers of the most important accordion brands. There are some exceptions, that is this Honor in Germany, but they have more, they buy a lot in Italy to produce their instruments. There is something in Russia, and there are the big factories in China, but they produce low price and low quality instruments mainly for the internal market.
You can have a violin for $10.
Yes, and the accordion for $200.
I see.
In China, probably.
I see.
But anyway, today the market of let's say artisanal and high quality accordions is all the Europe, because there is still the market, and the quality of playing and the quality of studying is increasing, even if the numbers are not very big. Because today we have professors that are not like in the past self-made professors that were trying to understand and to make experiments. Today we have people like Giorgio Dellarole, for example, and a few others very high-level teachers in the conservatories that have a basic background of classical music, story of music, everything, like a top pianist or violinist. But then they are also very good instrument players, very good performance. So they know everything also about the technique, about the psychology of a concert, and they can really drive the new students to a good level of playing. This is something that, in my opinion, in Italy and Europe started only with this generation of teachers. People that is already 60 now is a little different. They had their background probably built up by playing piano or organ or composition, of course, but not arrived to have this kind of skills in performing. So today I feel that is a very good level. Now a student that wants to study accordion can find very good teachers, not like in the past that were maybe 2 or 3 in Italy, and you have to move with many problems of driving and so. Then in Russia, of course, they have a very big school, very important school. They are probably the first community of accordionists. They have a special word to call the baton accordion. It is bayan, and they call bayan the baton accordion, and the accordion the piano accordion. It's quite interesting. I see. But they had few very good teachers and composers, and maybe they have been the first to develop a large production of accordion original music and a large production of good students. Of course, then you can say was everything good or something not, but they had a big work. And they started to develop a very good way to get good technique in the accordion. Then, of course, somebody else in Europe took these things and developed with different skills. And so we have now something that is growing up.
Giorgio,
for example,
go ahead. Finish your sentence.
Yeah. No, the last thing is that, for example, this job that is doing Giorgio Dellarole, this research in the old music, before the classic period, we speak about the Baroque and before also, is something that started because we had for a long period a school of pianists that decide to use the Baroque music in the piano, but they took in another way, not with the philology of the past. And this work that is doing Giorgio Dellarole with the going back to find the origin of this music and to start to play with accordion, by accordion, this with the sound and the possibility, technical and expressive possibility of accordion is something new. But also, for example, in Russia, the people is starting to be interested to listen him and to understand what he's doing to so. And so, in the last few years, I think, Giorgio, you started to have these master classes and these trips everywhere.
Next week, I will have an online master class with Gnessing Academy.
I see.
Yeah,
so, before our viewers and friends who are joining accuse us of talking a little too much, Giorgio, can you, and before I, have Mirco share something about Scandalli and also about the International Confederation, is there something from Russia, the kind of advent of the compositional, what kind of compositions they were doing? Are you reminded of something from there? Can you show something?
From the Russian repertoire?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there something? It would be fantastic that Mirco has mentioned about that. That's what a fantastic, advent of this whole instrument. Quite global in a way, or very, very European.
Okay, only some little fragments.
No, why fragments? We don't like only fragments. It's like going to Mirco. Mirco, can I have a fragment of an accordion? I don't want the whole accordion. Just a fragment, please. 5 keys white and 3 keys black.
Okay, this is a very known piece by Russian repertoire, not really a classical piece, but I think he can represent what the work in Russia, because as Mirco said, Russia was one of first country to give importance to classical accordion and to allow to accordion to come in conservatory. But till now, the accordion in Russia is in the popular instrument department in conservatory.
I see.
They learn classical music, of course, but they are in the department with the popular instrument.
I see.
And a lot of Russian repertoire take inspiration from the popular repertoire. This is a very famous suite made by 3 different movements. The third, all 3 are some dances, some popular pieces written for classical accordion in a classical way. And this is the third movement, a strange dance called Ganchino Oro by Semyonov, one of the most important composer and teachers and musician from...
friend.
And friend, of course.
Okay. absolutely brilliant.
They are writing a lot of classical and modern music in Russia now. This is not the classical repertoire, but I think this can represent in some way.
Yeah, I was moved by the idea of the emotions that are coming in. I mean, the heart, the sentiment, the I don't know. There was certain the soft touch, the modulation was very. I mean, it was quite stunning, actually.
Yes, I think the modern accordion has a lot, really a lot of possibilities.
It's speaking. It's like you're talking through it. You're singing through it. There's an idea of conversation.
This is true because I have a lot of devices and the register and the bellows but first of all, I think the sound of accordion comes and goes to the heart of people. Also, when I play Baroque music, this is sometimes difficult music to listen to, but I understand that people catch something more than in a normal playing with harpsichord or organ, because the instrument communicate is an instrument close to people, to the heart of people.
But normally, the kind of sentiment that you were able to render is associated with bowing, with much more possibility of the pressure, the stress, the tremble. I mean, there's so much more. I've got instruments here, the taus, the rabab, the string instrument, the gut strings. But to see it happening in an accordion where, I mean, in piano, I have seen, because there are strings in the end and you're managing the strike, but to manage, to sort of, to articulate the same sentiment through accordion, this is extraordinary. I mean, for me, I'm quite moved by the possibility that accordion possesses.
Yes, this instrument is really a crossover because it has something like the string instruments and something like the wood and instrument like trumpet and horn and these blow instruments, wind instruments, sorry. Some, of course, by keyboard, by organ, most of all. Really a crossover, and I have to say that I played a lot of chamber music with many different instruments, and I think this can help me because I know very well what happens when a violinist play, when a violinist go on the strings, and or for example when a clarinet player when he blows. I know very well what it happens.
I see. So and that is where as what Mirco was mentioning, that you are bringing something new. The scholarship and the awareness of the classical music is coming in the hands. You're bringing, and in fact bringing to the accordion that understanding, yes, that sensibility and the sensitivity, the tenderness.
Yes, I think this is what is pushing the new generation. Mirco spoke before about this. The new generation of accordion player and teachers is made by musicians, not only by accordionists like some years ago, or by musicians that didn't know so well accordion. Now, some of the new teachers and players are musician, not only accordionists, and this is something more in our history. Maybe for the first time. I agree with Mirco.
Yes, I see. So that was fantastic. Mirco, to continue with the journey of the advent of this instrument, tell me about Scandalli Accordions.
Yeah, this brand is one of the most famous and the most old in the story. Started in 1900 when this Silvio Scandalli, he was for some time an employer of the oldest factory that was Paolo Soprani. Paolo Soprani was the first real company started in 1863 around Castelfidardo, this area of Marche in center of Italy. And Silvio Scandalli was an employer to him that was from the close
You mean
city.
employee or employee? He worked there.
Employer was working there, yes.
So employee,
yes.
employer would be Soprani. Employee.
Yeah.
So just to understand, just to make sure everybody understands.
And Silvio Scandalli was working there for some year, and he was living in a close small city called Camerano. And then after a few years, he started his own factory with brothers. In fact, the first brand was Fratelli Scandalli, Brothers Scandalli, and it was starting to grow. In the same time, various others started this adventure to produce accordions. And another one called the Settimio Soprani, that was the same family of Paolo Soprani, but they didn't work together.
I see.
They started another company. It's quite common in small cities that the brothers, they have different ways, and they become competitors.
It's a global phenomenon.
But by the way, these companies, Paolo Soprani and Scandalli, grow very much till after the Second War. Settimio Soprani and Scandalli joined, and they organized a new company called Farfisa. Probably you heard about it. Farfisa, that means Fabbriche Riunite di Fisarmonica, means Accordion United Factories. Yeah. And this was Settimio Soprani and Silvio Scandalli. In the beginning, also another called the Frontalini, but was just for a very short time. And this was in the beginning of 50s. But the Farfisa company, Paolo Soprani continued to produce only accordions and something about organs and so, but it was mainly accordions. When the Farfisa was growing very, very much and starting to make also electronic instruments, but also acoustic pianos, also guitars, also televisions, and many other things in the new electronic growing world. This in that years, in the 60s, then was the property of Farfisa was by an American big company called Leader Siegel. Was something very big, not related to the musical industries.
I see.
And but as I said, in the end of 60s and in the 70s, the market of musical instruments was going down. Accordions, but also other musical instruments, was changing very much. When was the time of Japanese companies growing and very aggressive in the markets. So we have that in the beginning of 80s, these big Italian accordion companies had very big problems, economical problems, production, and they were not ready to face the new world of market. And so in the 1984, the Farfisa was falling down, was finishing, and was bought by another big group of an Italian company called Bontempi, that was a maker of musical toys. It was a much larger company.
I see.
We are in the 1984, and in 1986, the same thing happened with the Paolo Soprani company. And everything was going to the same new organization by the Bontempi. So in that moment, they understood that if they want to make also accordions, they need an accordion player to help and to play and to give directions and so. And in this time, in 1984, I was the winner of this competition called the Trofeo Mondiale. And so they called me to be a musician and to play there. I was very young, but to work there. Then the story continued for a few years, but for that company, that was used to sell instruments and toys to big, can I say, chain of supermarkets, for example, like Carrefour, let's say, or these things. For them, was impossible to manage a so small market like professional. In 1991-92, I bought this part of company, the accordion company. So from that time, I became the manager and also but I was still working also for electronic, for toys, and so it's a long time before to become, to decide to work only for accordions. So this is a little the story. And today, Scandalli is alone, and we are working everywhere in the world. Of course, now accordion companies are all small. They are not anymore big accordion factories. Well, in China maybe, but this is another thing, other products.
Mm-hmm. And how many, when you say it's not big, how many people work now to produce?
Look, around Castelfidardo, all the people employed in accordion factories and in the small companies that produce parts for accordions or do works for accordions are around 400, 500 people.
I see.
Not more. In all the city, in all the area of Castelfidardo. And we have 25, 20, 30 brands.
I see.
But many are one-man company. I mean, a family production that make a few instruments per year, not really producers.
I see. And how many, about in Scandalli, do you make everything in-house, or you have different suppliers, the reeds and everything, different parts?
We make almost everything, like in the past, but for example, bellows, we don't make. Bellows, they are around Castelfidardo, 2-3 companies that produce only bellows for everybody, not just for accordions, for any kind of tool that needs bellows. Then, for example, there are parts in metal, like the part with slides that allow the accordion to have registers that are made by a producer, a company who works with metals. That is something different. We buy these parts, but then we have to work very much before to use in the accordion. It's not something already made. About reeds, there are companies who are making reeds complete, and for lower price instruments we just buy. For instruments more high quality, we buy, but then artisans has to work a lot to prepare the definitive shape and then to mount on the accordion. It's a long process, let's say.
I see.
And we do everything of this work. Yes.
I see. When I come to Italy next, I look forward to having a tour of the. Yeah, I'd love to take photographs, and we'll have a separate conversation about that as well. And about tell us about the International Confederation. It's based in Finland, is it?
Well, the Confederation Internationale des Accordionistes is a confederation, let's say, that was founded in 1935. That is quite old. In fact, we call CIA.
Yeah.
And imagine when I arrived in North Korea with my business card, CIA. But it's interesting that our confederation was born before that the American police was called the CIA. So we have the copyright. But and this was started to be a confederation that the aim of this confederation is to have members in all countries. That can be associations. That was in the beginning was only associations. Or in some country now they are, let's say, for example, the Czech Republic member is the Conservatory of Prague. The Finnish member is the Finnish Association of Accordionists. In Italy is the Italian Accordion Cultural Association. In let's say in China is the Accordion Musicians Association. They are depends of the countries, but we have around 50 members from many countries in the world. And we organize every year one congress in the winter and one congress in the summer that is in correspondence also of the Coupe Mondiale. That is one of the most old and important competitions for accordion soloists and small groups. Since the Coupe Mondiale started in 1938. The Confederation started in 1935.
Yeah, okay.
And now, this year, for the first time, after many years, we will have not the competition because it's planned in Portugal, but with these restrictions and these problems of virus and traveling restrictions, it's not possible to have a real high-level music competition. In fact, all most important competitions like Chopin Prize in Warsaw or Sibelius or Horowitz are all cancelled or postponed. Somebody trying to make an video or
but it's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not.
It's very.
Oh, this is
and
fantastic.
So now, this since 3 years, I've been elected president of this confederation, and my first period will stop next year when we will have in Germany the new Coupe Mondiale in 2021 in the city of Munich.
You'll be then unemployed.
I can have a second term if I will be elected.
Okay.
I think what is interesting is that we in this Coupe Mondiale we meet every year with many very good professors and students from everywhere in the world that stay together 1 week and the time to speak, to work. Giorgio Dellarole was with us in a couple of times, I think, in the Coupe Mondiale, or once in the last in Italy. He was jury member and played a wonderful concert with the quartet, Baroque music, and it was fantastic at that time.
I see.
And it was very good also to get connections. And now, of course, all friends from Denmark, I think, Estonia, and Russia, and I don't remember where else, already invited him to teach to their students.
in
Poland.
That's fantastic. So, maybe next year things open up. I would love to be there and see, and maybe write about it.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? I think that India is something really interesting. I told you I have been in India to play in 2015 in Kolkata and Pune, and I would like to come back soon.
Yeah,
with
we
Giorgio.
must plan something. Yes, absolutely. Well, today you're here virtually, maybe, but we can we'll surely plan something in the near future once the things open. But thank you so much for joining us today. And what is why don't we? I requested Giorgio to play something from Russia. Is there something that you like when he plays something? Can we? Would you maybe request Giorgio to play something that you really like, that you think he plays well?
Giorgio is
actually. Hold on. Maybe two. One thing that you think he plays very well, and one thing that you know for certain that he cannot play well.
There are not any.
In my opinion, Giorgio is for sure today the most important accordionist in the old music, in the Baroque music. Yeah. I don't want to say performer because this is a different job. It's just a research then show the results of his work with his skills, of course. But it's something. But Giorgio is also very good repertoire and passion for Italian original music for accordion. And maybe he can share with us something from Pozzoli or Melocchio or somebody.
No, you cannot say something. You have to be definitive. Come on, Mirco. I said you have to be very precise. You cannot give him the choice. So as
play for us the theme by Tema Variazioni by Pozzoli. The tema. You can?
If you have handy, That was absolutely fantastic.
It's the same Valzer da Concerto. Can I?
Yes, okay. Valzer da Concerto is the same composer. Yes, of course. Note that now Giorgio took another accordion.
See,
yes,
that's
not
true.
The same.
I see.
This is tuned 4/4/2, like my instrument.
I see.
It's not an instrument.
I see.
Very beautiful. This is original for accordion and composed in the 50s, right, Giorgio?
Yes, 57, I think, something like this.
By very important musicologist and composer in Italy. Was a pianist, but Ettore Pozzoli, but it was something really of a high level.
I see.
Thank you, Giorgio.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mirco.
That's very kind, Mirco. Thank you for taking time out, and I hope to, in the next days to have a separate session with you, look at your work, and I know that you had just a little time today to join. Would have been great to continue the conversation, but it'll be my pleasure to host an exclusive conversation with you. There's so much.
We will organize in the future.
Yeah.
We will organize.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. Yes.
And we keep in touch. Bye bye.
Yes. Bye. Yeah.
Ciao, Mirco.
Bye.
So that was to come to the contemporary, before we go back to the Baroque and the work that you've done. Can you tell us about the idea? The tango music is quite, it's very, very important. Accordion is very, very important for that. Tell us about that genre itself. I think it's maybe not incorrect to call it a genre.
Yes, I think tango was really important for the modern accordion, also for the classical accordion. We are speaking about tango from Argentina,
yes.
The piazzolla music, not the tango that we dance in Italy, for example.
Right.
And this is funny because this link between tango and accordion is based on a misunderstanding.
I see.
Because, yes, because people believe that the instrument of piazzolla and of tango is the accordion, and this is not true.
It is not.
Because the instrument is the bandoneon, a quite different instrument,
I see.
A close friend of accordion, we can say, but it is not the accordion. It is a little organ invented in the middle of 19th century in Germany by Herr Band, that gave his name to the instrument, invented for the holy music, the music for church, a little organ to play with singers in the churches.
I see.
And this is also funny because accordion too and bandoneon and many of these instruments that for people are popular instruments was born as not classical but not popular, because the first accordion, we spoke about Demian and his instrument in 1829, was an instrument for noble people.
Yeah, I
a
see.
little organ to play with girls that sing, but not that sing in the street, that sing in the court.
I see.
And bandoneon was born to play in churches instead of a little organ.
I see.
But this bandoneon, with people that went to work all around the world in South America, travel, and in Argentina became the popular instrument.
I see.
And piazzolla used this bandoneon. This is different from an accordion because it has only button in left and right, and all the two parts, left and right part, move. In the accordion, the right part is fixed and the left moves. And bandoneon has only single notes. The classical accordion usually has single notes in the left and also some chords. I push a button and I play a chord. In the classical accordion, usually I have the two systems together. The bandoneon has only single notes, like the concertina, that another funny things in the history of accordion was invented exactly with accordion. In 1829, in Wien, Demian invented accordion, instruments that play chords. In London, Wheatstone invented and patented concertina, instrument that plays only single notes.
I see.
In the same years, in two different countries in Europe, they invented the modern accordions, because when these two systems mixed, we have the accordion, the modern classical accordion. This is very fun. So the instrument of tango is this bandoneon, not
the one which moves both sides. Yes, yes.
Yes.
It's good to know the difference. Yeah.
Yes, different sound, different things. The free reeds like accordion, but many different things. And we know that Piazzolla didn't like a lot accordion.
I see.
He wrote only a couple of little things for accordion.
Interesting.
He knows the instrument. He met some accordionists. He met Richard Galliano, that is a great accordionist that plays jazz and light music. But we know that he didn't like a lot. But when I think in 92, Piazzolla died, the tango became very, very famous. The music of Piazzolla exploded.
I see.
And the people thinking that he used accordion, also accordion came to the scene.
I see. So it benefited in a way.
Yes, we are very happy. Okay, this is a misunderstanding, but by many people started to be interested in accordion. And finally they discovered also the classical world of accordion, not only the tango.
Can you share? Yeah, go ahead.
On the contrary, many accordionists went to the tango.
Also,
and so many colleagues of mine now are playing a lot of tango, and many of them use also bandoneon, not only accordion.
Can you demonstrate something of tango on the instrument? It'd be fantastic. Yeah.
I spoke about this Galliano, a French musician. I think you know him.
Yeah.
And he worked with Piazzolla, and he wrote a piece called Tango pour Claude that is inspired by the music by Piazzolla.
Yeah, Galliano is one of my favorites. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. Very, very moving. Wow. Fantastic. So, talking of, before you take it down, if I may ask about the technique, if we can go into the pedagogy of how do you teach, let's say, to a lay person, if you were to give me, for example, a lesson. What are the, you have two sides. If you can introduce the instruments, making, you have keys on the right side and you have the buttons on the left. Could you show to a lay person the instrument, its possibilities, and how do you explore the possibilities?
Okay, first of all, to be an accordion, we must have some features. The portability of the instrument, the bellows, two different manuals, and then here we stops, and here it starts the word of accordion. And first of all, accordion is not an instrument; it's a family of the instrument. In the right side, we can have keys or buttons. And about buttons, we can have a lot of different systems. If you remember, Mirco spoke about C griff, B griff. So there are almost 4 or 5 different disposition of button.
I see.
And I think that a modern teacher must know all of this system. Of course, I cannot play in concert a button accordion, but during the years, I try to study a little with all the system. Sorry, it's my telephone, but my wife who will answer. So I studied about all this system to be able to teach them, because the production of the sound is the same, but I have to know where are the notes in an instrument. So I try to know about all this system. I like to think to accordionist like a keyboardist, about right hand. On a keyboard accordion, of course, but also on button accordion. So I worked a lot with pianists, with harpsichordists, about the position of hand, and I try to find, with all the problems that a 15, 20 kilos instrument on you can have, a right position, relaxed, without problem, with fingers that has any tension, but that can move in different way, doing different things. If I play, I need to play fast with light touch. I try to have my hand to play in the final part of fingers. If I have to sing on a keyboard, I can touch more keys and I have a better feeling. So I try I don't want to be like a priest to give some orders to students. I try to grow with them, to understand what they need, and most of all, to have an open mind, to teach and to learn in the same time. This is important. And this moved me to learn early music. Some 20 years ago I restarted, and I put in discussion all I did till this period, and I try to do it every day, also with students. Okay, I know I have a lot of information, I know about what you can do, but let's try to find a way, not to force you to play like me.
Right.
Because I have a strong structure. I can do some things, but I cannot force a little girl to play in the same way. This would be a disaster. So I try to teach and to learn and to adapt to students. But my starting point is the keyboard. I'm a keyboardist, so I start there. The left hand is quite different. We have, you can see, okay, we have many buttons. Usually they are there are 120 buttons, 6 rows for 20 and 6. And we have 2 different systems to learn, because we have the traditional accordion that, inspired by the instrument by Demian, can make chords. I'm pushing one button, but these are some chords, free note.
I see.
And this is the instrument. The traditional system. Normally, the traditional accordion has this system and can play everything with the left hand that make chords and the right that make the melodic line.
So there are 120 chords basically, is it?
Sorry?
As many buttons, as many chords, is it?
Yes, I have for every note, every fundamental note, in this case this is C, I have C major, C minor, the minor 7th, and the diminished 7th. For every note, I have all this.
I
see. The classical accordion, I can switch to it with pushing this button. Doesn't have any chords, but only single notes. And this is the old concertina, the instrument with singles note. And this allows me to play Baroque music, for example. Because in an harpsichord piece, okay, I can have the left that make chords, but usually
originally it's not that. Yeah. Can you demonstrate a Baroque piece now that you've
without going to Baroque? We will go. This is not possible on a traditional accordion.
I see. And yes.
Then right hand, left hand in 2 different way, and this is really difficult because I cannot see the left hand.
That's true.
So it's very important to understand, to build a mental map of this, and to learn to move, and this is really difficult. We play a lot of Baroque music in conservatory, and sometimes after some years my students play, for example, a 2-part invention by Bach. And for a pianist, this is not so difficult. And sometimes there are some pianists in the jury with my students, and sometimes my students has some difficulty to play this music, and they say, but this is a 2-part invention. Yes, but try to play on an accordion. It's not like a piano. You see your hand. You have a big key. It's really difficult. The left hand is difficult to play. And then we have the bellows. And the bellows push the air and pull the air in the instrument and out of the instrument, and give all to the accordion, because we give the dynamic, we give the expression. We can grow or lower the note if we push a lot. We can do a lot of things, but it's not easy because the bellows is moved by the left arm, and it is heavy. Yeah. This is the heaviest part of the instrument, and we have to move playing the little buttons and not seeing them.
Amazing.
And then we have the register. I don't know if you can see, but I have some of them here.
Don't tell me, really?
Yes, and the complete series here, and I changed the sound.
Wow.
Like an organ. It's exactly
like a
the same.
machine. It's a machine.
Yes.
Yeah.
I open and close some holes. That's all.
I see. Yeah.
There are some
passage
metal
of air passage. Yeah.
Okay, and I can do the same with I don't know, remember the name
The
of
chin,
this.
the chin. The chin, yes.
Okay,
Fantastic.
this is the accordion.
I see. And how do you build the left hand? I mean, when you practice, as you know, one of our very dear friends, Dolly Brar joining, she says that it's more complex than I thought. I mean, that's a comment, for example, that was just made. But people, I mean, even I'm not, because I don't play, I've never played the instrument as such. The actual possibility, as I said, the possibilities that that this machine in your hands, you're quite a wrestler, in fact. The possibilities that it possesses. In terms of building of the left hand, how do you begin to practice? Like when you start, and are they a beginner? How do you teach? And as a maestro, as a virtuoso, how do you still practice daily kind of a things, or from time to time? How do you explore? How do you discover the instrument and the road to perfection? How do you master it?
First of all, we had some buttons that have some sign. Mm-hmm. So C usually has a little hole.
I see.
F has some other things that I can feel with my finger. So we can start from there. The first step is learn to catch them immediately. To put the hand on instrument and to catch. This is the C of standard bass. So this is an important target. The first. Then. Actually, I know that many colleagues want to stop with the standard bass, the chords, this system. They say that this is not classic, and the modern instrument doesn't need this. And I don't agree. I think that the accordion is a very rich instrument and need also this system. Of course, playing Baroque music, I never use this, but I think that to be accordionist, I need this. And usually with people, I start with young students, I start with this. Also because the classical instrument with 3 notes is very expensive. It's easier to find a traditional instrument. So I usually start with chords, and I teach to students to go from tonic to dominant, keeping the direction of fingers to be able to find all the series of chords of the same name. So this is the first step. Then little jump.
Can you move to your left a little bit? Just a little bit to your left. Can you move? Yeah, so that the instrument is visible. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So little jump, 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. And then when possible, I start to teach also the free bass system, the single notes, the classical system. And we have many directions to work. We have the muscular work, because we are athlete in little, but we are athletes. So we need to work repeating and most of all on last fingers, on 4th and 5th fingers. We need really to train.
Yeah, practice.
To practice a lot.
Can you show, please?
Because
that's fantastic. What a fantastic
And then we must learn another path, because when I move on single notes, I am on the first 4 rows. When I move on traditional system with chords, I am there. So I have to move and start. Also here I have some little sign of note on notes, so the whole on C. But the step, the important step is to learn to move, memorizing the distance.
Right.
Not thinking, okay, I go to the next C because I have the whole. No, I go to the next C because I know that it is here. And this is a very important step, because if I start to learn to jump without thinking, the possibilities of my repertoire
expands.
Open.
It's what we call Swargyan. Yeah, exactly.
So
can you demonstrate the left hand? Can you demonstrate some of the practice patterns with the left hand?
Yes. This is a simple thing, of course, but it's not easy on an accordion, because I have the 5th finger that work.
And it has to have the same weight to press.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. And so the patterns that you give, can you demonstrate some of the patterns that the students practice at the conservatory when they are mastering the left hand? Are there different kinds of patterns that you do, different rhythmic patterns?
Yes. For example, a famous pattern for pianist is the Hanon. Is a book with technical pattern for the keyboard. So we can use on a keyboard here. We can work on the different fingers, trying to be regular, to work with 4, 5, with like first and second. Okay. I translate in the left, but I cannot play. This is very complicated, yeah. So I translate. I get inspiration from this, but I put on this system. This is a minor third instrument, a minor third system, because the distance between every button is a minor third. So I try to put this idea.
Translate that. I see. That's fantastic. And what are the other patterns? I mean, in the sense that the chords, for example, this is the single note, is it? Then how do you practice the chord memory, in the sense that you've 120 keys buttons would be 120 chords, is it? All of them have chords, or there are certain rows that have chords? How many chords does the accordion has?
The chords are not 120, but 96, because the first 2 rows are single notes.
I see.
We call them the bass note. Okay. So we need also the bass to make to work with to make an accompaniment, not only the chord. So we have 2 lines, the first 2. Of single notes with 4th and 5th distance. C, G, D, A, E, B, and then 4 rows of chords.
I see.
And I try. It's important to catch this direction. I have to be able to play. If I have C, I have to understand where is C major. And if I jump here, I jump to G sharp, okay, I have to have the same direction, G sharp major. And if I jump here, I don't know where I am, but I am in the same direction. So many patterns are made to jump at the beginning, little jumping, and then big jump with the fingers that stay always in the same relationship. I can say.
Yes, yeah. Can you play some? Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yes, but simply, this is the left hand of a piece by Galliano.
Little behind, because we can see the below the bottom part. Can you be little behind so that we can see the whole? Yeah, now it's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can be little behind. Yeah.
This is complicated because I don't have.
Yeah. So if you can move back, if you can move back a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's
okay.
Good. Yeah.
I don't have the bass. I can. Okay.
Yeah.
The bass note with the chord of the same name.
Right,
For example, I have D and F major, 2/5, and then G with G7, and then C with E minor, and then F with A minor, and then B with D minor, and then B with B7, E with D minor, and B. This is complicated because I have to mix.
I see.
But the base is my ability to move, being conscious of the direction. I know where I am. I know where is the direction of buttons. So I can make mistake. I do a lot of mistakes, but I am always in the same direction. I know where I am. This is important, more than to not make mistake.
Fantastic.
I work a lot on this because this gives a lot of problem to students. They think that the mistake is a problem.
Yeah.
Of course, we work to make a few mistakes, of course, but this is not the problem.
Yeah.
We have to go out of mistakes, to think that mistakes is human.
Yes.
So
one should not be afraid. One should not be afraid of making mistakes because it's exploration. You're stretching. You're stretching, extending.
I'm not meaning
transcending
that we must
your limit.
Mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we must not. We must do mistakes. This is not the point. But we have to think to other things. In this case, it's more important to have the control, to know the direction of button, and in this way, okay, I can do the mistake, but suddenly I can come in the right direction. And but in general, I spoke a lot with students about mistakes.
Right.
We are human. We have to accept. We make mistakes. Is human simply.
Yes.
But go on. We have to go on, not to die on every mistake.
And as the elders would say, how quickly you recover from to where you must reach, that's mastery of that as well.
Yes, yes. And how quickly you can forget.
Yes.
This is important. I understand that during my concert, sometimes I made some mistakes, and I remember 1 or 2 days after. So it's important to have something that allows you to cut immediately, to erase,
It is that
to remember of mistakes.
Yeah. exactly. And you were playing the left of Galliano's work. Can you? I interrupted you. Can you demonstrate that? Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not so simple.
No, it's not. Can you play that again, because I've got a close up of your left hand now. I'm showing a separate visual of your.
Okay.
I've done a close up of your hands. Yeah. No. I'm
Okay.
already. No, you can sit there. I have zeroed on. If you can demonstrate, if you can play it again. I've got a separate.
Okay.
I've got a new frame so that everybody can have a close up of your hands. Yeah.
This is good. Eh?
Yeah. This is good. Yeah. Fantastic, yeah. And by the way, Professor Claudio Brizzi, you have to have a fight with him. He just accused you. He said something very bad about you. He says, Giorgio, you are great. So
He's great.
So you have to have a fight with Claudio.
Wonderful instruments.
My goodness, he's amazing.
Yes. We will do something together, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
It's really a pity because we worked together only for 1 year and then he changed the conservatory, yes.
Oh,
and so
I
we
see.
missed.
I see.
Yes.
I see. No, absolutely, we have to do that. And now to come to the chords part, you were showing the singular notes on the left side. Can you demonstrate something about the chords? How do you practice the chords? What is the technique of mastering the chords to a lay person if you were to educate
With the single notes?
No, with the chords. You were playing the single notes first, no?
Yes.
So can you show
Okay.
the chords on the left side? Yeah.
Yes, the mixed chords.
Yes,
This,
yeah.
But it's important when we play the chords, things to single notes.
I see.
If I have to jump to here, from here, sorry, C major to E major, usually I don't try to things to this distance, but I move thinking to single note because of the orientation of my hand.
Right.
So we do really a few things only on chords. It's always chords plus single note.
Mm-hmm.
So
I see.
I'm thinking that we have to say that more and more we are concentrated on the classical system, so not on chords. So all the new books, all the new features to study are focused on single notes.
I see.
So we have some old books to work on chords. I think it is very important because we have a wonderful repertoire based on this, and if we cannot use this, we cannot play this repertoire.
Right,
Why?
Right.
This is our history, our repertoire, but is a little old the teaching system about the chords, but based always on fundamental notes, on single notes, because this is the way. You have to learn how to move with the correct direction of fingers, the correct relationship of between fingers.
Right. And on the right, on the keyboard, if we may come, how do you? Because when you were playing, you were modulating, the from the what we call the rasva to dirgha to pulita, the emphasis with an emphasis with very subtle. Are there playing techniques as part of the? I mean, are there ways to practice on the right hand? And relationship when you sort of sync the left and the right?
Yes, having different system, we have a different path. Because if I am in relation with the chords, usually I'm concentrated on this, because this is the melodic line, and these are chords. If I have the single notes, is different the relation. But thinking to right hand, like the left, of course, the important relation is between keys and sound and bellows.
I see.
Because it is quite different to play or to play with a soft touch. If I push a lot on you listen that the note went down. So I can play strong or less, but I have to think how I move the bellows, how I start with the note, and how I move during the note. Because the wonderful thing of accordion is the only keyboard that can do this with harmonium is that I can move the note.
It changes because the pressure of the air pushes the tongue of the fret, and the note changes, it becomes lower or comes to that or flat. So it cannot go high, but it can only go flat.
Yes, and being aware, because if the air is too much, the note.
Yes, the flat, as I said, yeah. It goes flat. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
That's what I was mentioning. Yeah. And you're able to modulate that. You're able to utilize in the music, is it? Sometimes?
Yes, this effect is used in contemporary music, and I don't play a lot of contemporary.
So that's an important point. I see.
Yes, they use a lot of effect, percussion on the instrument, noise of keys, noise of register, repetition of note, using bellows. These are a lot of features used in contemporary music.
I see.
So I don't do this usually, but I try to move like a keyboardist. So I try to have all the colors I can have, and all the different touch, all the different articulations. It's very fun. Many times I go to teach Scarlatti or Bach, and they say, in Scarlatti we have to play staccato. Why? Sometimes maybe, but because people usually think that harpsichord can only play staccato.
I see.
And this is crazy. We must be able to play everything, to have every articulation. I am sure that Claudio Brizzi told these things, but it is a Baroque tradition to play in different keyboards the piece written for harpsichord. For example, play on organ a piece written for harpsichord. And when they changed way, because the organ is a quite different instrument. And I have to.
Go ahead.
And I have to do the same things. I have to understand this music, to learn, to be aware of this, and then I have to put on my instrument. I cannot try to play like an harpsichordist or a pianist or.
Yes, it is a different instrument.
I want to be able to make everything, every 1,000 articulation. This was my first work with this specialist Fadini, Oberti, and Farolfi. Then you told about them in the beginning.
Yes.
The first work was on articulation. I discovered a word, thousands and thousands of different feelings with keyboards and different way to separate the notes. And this was wonderful. Really, a new world was open.
I see. Can you share some of that?
Yes, we can. Speaking about Scarlatti.
Yes, yeah.
I love this composer. You can.
He's amazing. Yeah. absolutely fantastic. Wow. So let's talk about your journey. You began with an interest in learning accordion, or you began with piano? How did the journey begin?
I am only accordionist.
I see.
I
So
never
from the
played
very
any
beginning,
other instrument.
from the very beginning,
From
is
the-
it?
Yeah.
I
Yes,
see.
yes. I played piano in conservatory because we must play for some years. But I'm really only an accordionist. I started at 7 about because my sister started to dance, and I wanted to do something.
I see.
And I asked to play accordion because my parents listened to a concert by an accordion orchestra in my town in Aosta.
I see.
So I asked to play accordion, and they allowed me to play, thinking that in some months I would stop, and I didn't stop. I studied. I was a good player, and I studied till I was 13. Then I changed my life. Changed completely because I changed town. I changed school. My parents broke their marriage, so it was really a terrific year for me, and I stopped to play completely.
I see.
And till I was 17, I played very little accordion. But at 17, I decided that my life would be music, and I restart to play with a professional idea, and I don't remember why. And this missed me a lot.
I see. Do you remember what was a 17-year-old Giorgio playing? What music did you like at that time?
But
Was it
I
romantic?
remember-
Was it romantic? Were you becoming the Romeo?
No. I remember that in the previous year I played in this accordion orchestra. So I played a
I
lot of
see.
romantic music because we play some original works and a lot of classical music.
Oh, I
This
see.
is strange now and also funny, but I remember that I play some symphony by Beethoven.
Can you play some? Take us.
No, absolutely not. I remember, and I played only my little parts of third violin or third trumpet or
I
first
see.
flute, so I cannot play alone.
I see.
But I played a lot of this music, and this was important because the technical level was not wonderful because there were any professional players. But it was the occasion for me to deal with this repertoire, and when I started at 17, deciding that okay, now I want to play accordion. I started to play a lot of things because I need to study a lot of things because normally at 17 my colleagues were musicians, they won competition, and I have to restart studying.
I see.
And I have to start dealing with this free bass. Before I never played this system. So it's a crazy run. From this moment, my life became a crazy run. In 2 years, I stopped with the school. I was at the Liceo Scientifico, and I finished. Then I stopped 1 year more because I was in the army.
I see. Yeah, at that time everybody had to be in the army. Yeah, I know.
Yes,
It's
not
compulsory.
now, but
I know it's changed now.
yes. And then at 21, I came in conservatory. When normal people finish, I started.
I see.
And in 3 years and a half, I finished the 10 years of accordion.
Wow. Really?
Yes. Yes.
My goodness. That's amazing.
Okay, I didn't start it from zero.
No,
But,
of course, yeah, of course. I see. And tell me about your first learning with Emanuele Spantaconi and Sergio Scappini. How was it like? What was it like studying from them?
I met Spantaconi at 17 because before I worked with a teacher in Aosta that was not an accordionist. He was a professor of Greek and Latin.
I see.
But he was the conductor of this accordion orchestra, and he teach to students. So I started with him, and he was not a professional musician, but he was a very clever man and very sensitive with music. So I learned something, maybe not from a technical point of view, not a lot of things. I remember that when I was 12, 13, we stopped to work because he finished his stuff for me. But it was nice to deal with this person. And then when I decided to start again with a different idea, a professional idea, I met this Emanuele Spantaconi.
I see.
That was an organ and piano player that did a lot of interesting things. But the most important is the international competition of Stresa on the Lago Maggiore.
I see.
It was a very important competition. I think that all the musicians of my generation and before participated to this competition. It was really important. And he put accordion between the classical instrument. And it was very important because he can show accordion to violinists, to pianists. I think he studied piano with a student by Benedetti Michelangeli. So he knew a lot of important people. I remember that in the jury there was Marcello Abbado, or a musician from Orchestra della Scala. And they met accordion. And it was really important. And I worked for 2 years with Emanuele. And then he pushed me to study with Scappini. That was his old student. And Scappini was the first teacher in the conservatory in Italy. Because in Italy, accordion came into the conservatory in 1992. And the first teacher was Scappini.
I see.
And I was in the first class of accordion in Italy.
My goodness. I see. I see. And can you show some of the, just as a souvenir from Scappini and Spantaconi, can you recall some of the techniques they showed you, or what was unique to them, their styles, or what was it?
But Spantaconi introduced me to the classical accordion.
Yeah.
And then with Scappini, I make all my path, because all my technical learning, all my repertoire learning on accordion, I started with Scappini till the end. Then I started to study early music. But all my accordion studying was with Scappini. So I just show you.
Can you show us something from the time in the conservatory? What was the music like? What were you practicing? What was the early days? You said in 3.5 years, 10 years. I cannot now journey 10 years, but some examples would be great. Yeah.
I can do better.
I see.
Because yes, I will play a piece by Scappini.
Wow, really?
Yes, he was
a composer also. I see.
Yes.
And he composed for accordion?
Yes, absolutely. He's also pianist because
that's why I asked you. I mean, he's composed for piano as well, in addition to accordion, or for both?
No, I think he didn't compose for piano.
Okay.
He studied piano. He got a diploma, and I know he gave some concert on piano also. But before we met, I never listened to him.
I see.
Now he is teacher in the Conservatorio of Milano, and he is one of most important accordionists in Italy. And we played a lot of things because I need to learn every kind of music from contemporary to Baroque. And but I'm happy to play for you this variation on a French song.
Oh, fantastic!
Because this is a piece that I love, I play since 25 years, I think.
Wow.
And sometimes I love to play it.
That's fantastic. It's a fantastic choice.
It's a lot of time that I don't play, so
I see.
This,
you have my permission to make mistakes.
Thanks.
Can you go a little? You're coming too close because the keys below are not visible. So a little bit, yeah. This is good. Yeah, almost better. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, if you go a little high, if you can raise it higher, would be great. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. Just fantastic. This is amazing. The flow of the hands. I mean, I wanted to, see the limits of the instrument or the extent of that, from the subtle to your very caressing finger to the decisive, to the piercing touch, and the flight across the spectrum. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
And
modern accordion is really a fantastic instrument.
Bravo to my salutations to Sergio Scappini. What a fantastic, my goodness. You have to give my salutations to him and tell him that I'm going to knock on his door as well. I'm now very curious. That's fantastic. And this, it's mind-boggling. I'm just amazed. I'm very moved, actually. Wow, fantastic. How was it then? Afterwards, what introduced you to, was it by chance, the introduction to the early music? Or was it the meeting with Marco Farolfi or Emilia, Fadini? How did it, was it your quest? Were you looking for the early music? Was Baroque era music interesting you already, or was it a chance meeting with that music? How did that happen?
The starting point is that during our years in conservatory, we dealt of a lot of Baroque music, because the old program of accordion was full of Baroque music. I think more than 50% of all repertoires.
Oh, I see.
And this was crazy. This was completely crazy.
I see.
And we didn't know how to play it. I love this music, and I remember that it didn't work. I didn't understand in deep, and I didn't find a way to play in a satisfying way on my instrument. So when I got my diploma, as normal, after this period of really full immersion, and I started to think, and now, what I want to do?
What next?
Of course, I will try to be a teacher. I started very young to teach accordion. At 15, 16, I had my first students.
I see.
So I tried to push on this, and I was very lucky because in 2000, I came in conservatory like teacher, and it was really important. But what to do with the instrument was a big question. And I have this, I remember that I didn't find some accordion teacher more than Scappini. Mm-hmm. Now it's different, because in Europe we have this Erasmus system, so students can travel a lot, and now we have a lot of interesting teacher. And my students, I have students that went last year in Poland, in Gdańsk, for example, and next week I will meet my new student from Poland.
I see.
For Warsaw.
I see.
Okay, but it was different. We are speaking about 1996. So I didn't find an accordion teacher interesting for me. And I think, why not to go in deep in this Baroque music?
I see.
I played a lot of this without knowing how to play. So let's try. And I spoke with some musicians, some friend of mine in Aosta, and they say, we remember some years ago, Emilia Fadini came in Aosta to give a master class. And it was really wonderful.
I see.
And they have the number of telephone of Emilia.
I see.
And I took the telephone simply and I called her. And he was very, very nice with me. And we spoke for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And okay, I want to study Baroque music, how I can do. Yes, you can do this. Now I cannot, but I will send you to my students, to my old students. So,
I see.
And then finally, she remembered that she didn't know my instrument. And she asked, but which instrument do you play? And I said, accordion. Silence.
Silenzio.
Yes, I think 10 seconds, but for me, it was 10 minutes.
Out. Keep pumping. What a story.
And after these 10 minutes, she came back and she said, yes, but you can call Marco Farolfi.
I see.
Marco Farolfi was a student of Emilia in Conservatory in Milano.
I see.
And I called him, and he agreed to take me as student.
Oh,
so from this moment, she lived in Imola. It's about 500 kilometers from my home.
Oh, I see.
And every month, I started Sunday morning with my car. I went to Marco's home, and we worked for 5-6 hours on early music. We studied the treatise, the theory, and we learned a lot of pieces when we started to work. And after about 10 years, I knew that Emilia Fadini was teaching in Milano. It's not so far from my home, and I started to study with her directly, and now we work together because I saw her 1 month ago because I have to record the French suite by Bach, and we have a very nice lesson together.
I see.
About this.
But what does she play? She doesn't play accordion, is it? She's
no,
there.
No, she didn't know accordion before meeting me.
Yeah,
she listened to something, but without.
But she's a pianist. She is a pianist or what? Pardon my ignorance.
She was born as pianist, but then I remember she told me that she listened to Frescobaldi. And she decided that she wanted to play an instrument to play this music because she loved this. And she started to play harpsichord, but I think we are speaking of 60s, 70s. In this period in Italy, early music was nothing.
I see.
So she studied, I don't know with which musician, but she studied in the north of Europe because the research after the Second World War was in the north of Europe, in Germany, Netherlands, in England, and she studied there. And then she was the first teacher of harpsichord in the Italian conservatories.
Oh, I see.
And she was one of 2 or 3 musicians with Tagliavini, Fadini, and a few other that took this idea of a research on early music in Italy.
Fantastic. So, can you share what are you on the one that you're working now? A month ago, what did you work on? Can we have a sneak peek? And that way we remember Emilia Fadini. What a fantastic story. I love the 10-second wait. You had no idea whether a door was going to open or it was being shut. come si dice, non posso conoscere che la finestra, no, il finestrino che apre, che chiude per sempre. Il porto, the door is the door, porto, no? You call the door is porto,
Yes,
la porta apre
si
che...
chiude una finestra, si apre una porta.
So we'll have to, just the same position as before would be great, if you can remember, yeah.
Okay. Something like this.
Yeah, this is good, yeah. It's perfect, yeah.
Okay, this is the Allemande from the second French suite by Bach.
I see. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So this is
wonderful music also for accordion, for the accordion.
And when was this adaptation on accordion? When was this done? With your work with Emilia Fadini, or was it done before? I mean, after you came into the conservatory. I mean, when was this adaptation done from the Baroque to and translated onto the accordion?
This specific piece is new for me.
I see.
I started to get this repertoire 1 year ago.
So just now. I see.
Yes, this French suite.
I see.
With Marco Ferolfi and Emilia, I work on my previous repertoire, so the piece that I put on accordion during the period in conservatory, and we studied a lot of new things. So, but the adaptation is I continue to change my idea, because I remember in the beginning I had a lot of new information, and I tried to play in the right way. Okay, Carl Philipp Emanuel in his treatise says that we have to do this, so I tried to do, and I remember was maybe a cold playing, because I was full of indication and I didn't digest them. So I'm changing, and recently I am putting more and more accordion in my playing.
I see.
In the beginning, when I started to play early music, I started catching my accordion côté.
I see.
I try to be keyboardist, musician, and not accordionist. I want before to understand the language, and only in a second moment to put my instrument inside. I think also with my students, I think we have to do both things: understand the language, to be performer, and to use our instrument, but strictly in this order. We cannot be performer before understanding.
Yeah, very important point. Yeah.
If we don't get information, we cannot make a correct choice. So before information, understanding, awareness, then performer. Of course, I am a musician. I have to show, to play for people. So I have to put in music something of me and of my instrument. But before, and I am using my instrument more and more. I remember working on this piece. Emilia suggested me to. It was the first time to push more on dynamics.
I see.
The first phrase, the first two phrases are like two different floors. So this is a first crescendo that I need, and I can do with accordion. Why not? So. And the answer, more. And so I'm evolving.
I see. And how is it received by the purists, if I may, the harpsichordists, the clavichordists, and the organ players? I know Claudio Brissi has praised very much your work when he introduced your work to me. But how is it generally seen, the adaptation, the adaptive reuse, if I may, or adaptation on the accordion of the early music? Of course, you know, the effort that you have done with Mirco, tuning to the A415 hertz, temperament, the scale. Yes. And so that is, I mean, you're honoring the tuning and the scale and so on and so forth. What else? Yes, go ahead.
I am really surprised, and more, because when I started to do this, I think that the world of early music in particular was closed, not open to new instruments or to accordion. Accordion is a popular instrument for people in Italy, not only in Italy, everywhere.
Yeah.
But I am really surprised because I think really few musicians didn't appreciate what I do, and better are musicians and more they appreciate. It helps me also the changing in the idea of early music, because the first musician, and I can understand this, but they need to break with a tradition, a very strong tradition in the beginning of 20th century, because the tradition of interpretation of early music was a late romantic tradition. Right. Think to the orchestra that play Vivaldi or to pianists that play Scarlatti or Bach. So they have to break with this, and they think to original instrument. I don't remember the name, but they want original instrument, only few things, and some strict rules to play. And of course, with this idea, the accordion is out. But in the decades, the idea changed, and now we are speaking about historically informed performance. And why not this modern instrument if the musician, of course, is informed?
Yes.
So I think that the musician I met and understood that I'm trying to inform, to understand the language, and they appreciate. I play with some of most important, for example, Baroque violinists, not only in Italy, and I was really surprised. But you want to play with me? Why? I ask.
I see.
Because accordion is interesting. Is a very living instrument, a very young and brilliant and full of life. And on the other side, I play. I understand the same things that they understand. We know the same things. We have the same theoric base. We can speak the same language. So it doesn't matter my instrument.
Yeah.
Why not? Of course, it is a modern instrument. It didn't exist during the Bach's Scarlatti's life. But now, and this is I am lucky for this, the focus is on language, not on instrument.
I see.
Of course, a piece of harpsichord will find on harpsichord the true playing, the true meaning, of course. But why not? If we know the language of composer, if we can read this music and understand.
Yeah. Also, in the sense that my question is also revolving around how, for example, along with piano, accordion, piano didn't exist. Violin did not exist. There was Viola d'Amore and the other instrument, lira di braccio and others. They were existing at the time of the Baroque and the Renaissance period. Adaptation has been done already in the 19th century. When piano came, they were playing Bach and Vivaldi's and Mozart's and others. They were being played on these instruments which are more or less taking shape and being perfected in the 19th century. So if accordion can, when accordion comes in, I don't think there is something new that is happening in that sense, is it? The idea of adaptive reuse or adaptation is already happening.
Yes, but the violin is quite different because the violin is really old. So the modern violin with the string in steel is different from the old, but the violin, Bach wrote for violin.
Yes.
So
Yeah, violin,
is
I mean,
different.
three centuries or so ago it came, but it was when the Baroque and the Renaissance period was ending. It was also not seen very nicely. They said that this is too
Yes,
shrill. So, in the sense
yes,
that
but
at that time there was a lot of music which was adapted onto the violin as well when it came.
we can think also to the guitar that play all the
Yes,
lute repertoire.
yes,
Yes, yes, this is normal. Why not the accordion? I think is more close, is closer an accordion to an organo portativo than the modern piano to a fortepiano. They are really far. So why not? I repeat, the focus must be on the language. And the problem of many pianists is this: they don't put himself in discussion because they see before the instrument, then the performer, and then the piece, then the music. And this is really a problem because we are not in the beginning of the research on early music. In the beginning of 20th century, the information was really only in a little part of Europe, and we didn't have internet. We cannot share. But now is really easy to get information, to understand. And I think it's really crazy that many pianists don't want to research, to understand, to put himself in discussion and to change their way to play this music.
right.
And I think that with the accordion, we can really be the avant-garde of this way of music, this way of thinking, because we have a young instrument, we have any tradition, any performer that make recordings of Scarlatti, of we have a lot of, but not Benedetti Michelangeli or I don't know, or Horowitz. So it's easy with accordion. We can really change our way of think and our way of playing. Maybe more than a pianist. That I understand. It is a problem. They have this huge tradition, this way of playing, late romantic way of playing that it is difficult to forget. But I think now we have to do. I had a lot of discussion with my colleagues pianists, a very nice musician, but I keep on pushing on this. We must understand now. We must get information. We must change our ideas, and not only on the Baroque, because we know that the break between early and new music was really late, not after the Baroque, but maybe in the end of the 19th century. So till this moment, all the Romantic movement knew very well the Baroque way of playing, and I think we will change a lot our idea on this music too, not only on Bach and Scarlatti, but also on Beethoven, on Mozart, of course, on Schumann, Chopin.
Right. And piano has now nearly 7 octaves, is it? If I'm not mistaken, the full grand piano, 7.5 or 8, yeah. How do you, the accordion has a limited range, of course. It's already 18 kilos that you have to, have it on your shoulders. It is not...
Yes, I have 2 different manuals, and I have the register. So the range of instrument is about 7 octaves, because I start from, this is E1 till this. So using the register that transpose the sound, I can have all I need. I miss your voice.
Oh, yeah. but you have to change in between, is it? You have to, or can you play without a break?
It's not difficult.
Oh, I see. Wow. So you're using the chin. I see. Can you go like sapat, as we say, like one straight pattern in all octaves? Can you do a fast pattern like the piano does from the lowest to the fastest? I see.
Only, and the left hand start one octave
lower, yes.
Lower.
I see. So that you're able to, so that then the piano, it's not that you have any disadvantage as compared to the piano. The accordion itself is it?
Yes. It's not easy to change. So
that's what I'm saying, because the piano, it's already there. You just have to play it. But here you have to, with the chin, with the fingers, you have to. There's a handicap in that sense. So, are there? How is piano and accordion duets? How are they seen? Are there possibilities that you guys have been up to?
I played with a colleagues 2 years ago, and I played we played some piece for harmonium and piano with accordion and piano.
I see.
Yes, and it was very nice. And it was when Claudio was in Conservatory in Parma.
I see.
I remember we worked together on this repertoire.
I see.
And the French repertoire, of course. And it was very interesting. It's not easy to play with piano because the two instruments has about the same role in music. So it's not easy to cross, but we can do. But it's easier to play with instruments like flute, violin, or cello.
Even organ maybe.
Yes, there is a repertoire for two organs or two keyboard instruments. We can play this, but it is the same things. Two instruments that make the same thing, so it's not easy to cross to mix.
And you know you've worked, premiered the works by Nicola Campogrande and Angelo Gilardino. How was that? Can you tell us something about that project of yours?
Yes, Nicola Campogrande wrote a little piece for me many years ago.
I see.
Before my trip in China. Oh. I remember I played the first execution in Chengdu in China. It was a little piece that I think. After this, he used this piece in a collection for accordion and piano. Yes, about this. Yes, Danze del riso e dell'oblio. Dances for smile and forget.
Do you remember something from that?
No, absolutely. It's really 15 years.
15 years. I see. You've not played.
And Gilardino was before. Gilardino is from Vercelli, a little town in Piemonte.
I see.
Is in this town there is the origin of my family. Oh. This is funny. Yes, and he's a guitar player and teacher. Very important. He wrote a concert for guitar, accordion, and string orchestra.
I see.
Yes. And we played here in near Aosta, the first playing. But I forget also this because this is I think 20 years ago.
I see. That's quite some time. Yeah. And then you've been working with musicians like Michele Andolo, Alessandro Tampieri, and then Imbi Tarum. What kind of work are you doing with them?
Michele Andalò is a singer, a countertenor.
I see.
And we worked in duo many years ago, and then we made very funny things with a pianist and a double bass player. We play a repertoire dedicated to Italian song of the beginning of 20th century, light music, but light music that was sang by the great tenors, Caruso, or this song Parlami d'amore Mariù, something like this. And this was really funny with a voice of countertenor, accordion, piano, and double bass. And last year we recorded the CD. I will send you.
I see.
With a Baroque ensemble. It was very, very nice for me because we played works by Neapolitan composer from the Conservatory of Sant'Onofrio. That was one of 4 conservatories in Napoli.
I see.
In the 17th century, 17th, 18th century. Wow. Naples was really the capital of the world for the music
at that time, yeah.
And we play works by Nicola Porpora and Leonardo Leo. Wonderful, wonderful music.
Do you remember something? Can you play from that?
No, because it's not.
You have to do something Neapolitan. You have to, you know.
I will send my CD.
Come on. Nothing from Napoli in front of you? No notations?
Scarlatti was from Naples.
No, that I know. I mean, the ones that you're doing with them just now that you were mentioning.
No, nothing. Sorry.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because I had the occasion to play in a Baroque group. It's not easy with accordion. I played the thorough bass, and we recorded between this repertoire a piece for voice and a string group by Leonardo Leo, and this was the first world recording of this piece, and it was with accordion.
Wow, I see. Enrico Caruso is one of my favorites. I mean, I was working with O Sole Mio 1901. I think he recorded it when I was there. You know, did work with Stefano Roffi and with Rai Tre. Yeah, we did that on the 6th of March. I did that for Musica Stanza, Scala Musica. What is that called?
La Stanza della Musica.
Stanza. On the 6th of March, I did something. There. I see.
I played there with Alessandro Tampieri, a Baroque violinist.
I see. So I also did. I also sang. I put together my ensemble with. I had a few friends. Carolina Pace on the recorder. Her husband Michele Carreca played the lute. We had Valerio Losito played the lira di braccio, and we had. Valentina was playing the viola da gamba, and Czeslaw came from Poland, from Poznan. He brought the clavichord.
Interesting.
We did this year.
It's a very nice place. I remember I played in La Stanza della Musica and in Piazza Verdi, another fixing radio with a cellist, a Baroque cellist also.
I see.
Michele Alessandro Palmeri.
Oh, okay. I have promised Rai Tre that this time I did in 6th of March some of the original compositions of Gurū Nānak, the founder of the Sikh faith. And the second follow-up is when I have to sing Neapolitan or Italian music with the Baroque ensemble. Maybe we can do something together.
Yes, why not?
We can plan. People were shocked when I sang O Sole Mio, just a glimpse of that with the Indian touch, and it was wonderful. And how do you see the? I mean, if you is there something that you would like to share? Some of the music that you you would like to play. I have been. Yes.
We spoke about early music, and I play harpsichord music, but we can play also organ music.
Yeah. Is there harpsichord? We can play both. I mean, I'd love to. I know you've played some before. It'll be great. Yes.
If you want, I can play a prelude by Bach for organ.
Yes, that will be fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, I mean, you made me hungry. In fact, I would not want you to stop at the prelude. It's just like the beginning, and then it's like the starter, and then you say, what's next? I want to now jump. It's fantastic. The possibility, it's like I feel so fortunate to be reintroduced to the idea of this machine in your hands. Yes, fantastic. What's next?
I have to come back to my family.
I know.
I'm joking.
No. Thank you for telling me that I'm not family.
It's very interesting, the work on this.
Pinuccia, are you listening?
My sister.
See that she's watching. I could see that Giorgio Dellarole is there.
Yes, it's my sister. She is my sister.
Yeah, so I'm just deliberately telling her that Giorgio told me that I'm not family. Thank you very much. But I have the Vomero connection, you know, so we both have to behave. You have to behave, I have to behave.
Yes.
Because
an interesting thing in the organ repertoire is the use of left hand, because usually we spoke about chords and single notes.
Right.
In this situation, we mix, because yes, when I convert to single notes, the first two rows were not converted, but I keep on having here the bass note.
Right.
I have any chords, but I have my bass note exactly like in the system with chords. So playing organ music, I can play the pedal in the first two rows.
I see. How fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic. Oops. The signal paused. I think I lost the connection. Let me try again. My internet connection just stopped, so I have to try and call him again. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, there was something funny that happened. My internet connection just stopped working. Just a second, let me get you back. Here we are. Yes. Yes.
Also, the connection is tired.
No, there's something, you know, because we are in lockdown. So there is a problem in the sense that the technicians are not available. So if we make a complaint, we usually take a lot of time. Now I've switched to my phone data. I'm no longer on my internet. It just stopped. Right. And in fact, I mentioned to you about Professor Paolo Ceccarelli, the conservator from Università di Ferrara. His very dear friend, Professor Rabindra Vasavada, who's one of India's top conservators, he's joined, and he says that certainly reminds of organ music. It is a fantastic instrument indeed. He's just contributing. So to Professor Vasavada, I would like to mention that Giorgio is joining from Aosta, which is near Forte di Bard, which was conserved by Professor Ceccarelli and others. Yes, you were mentioning. We disconnected when you were showing about the left hand.
Yes. There is this crazy crossing between the bass note in the first two rows from the bellows and the free bass, the single notes here. So I can keep the pedal, a bass note, playing. So I have, yes, it's not easy. I have this crazy chord. Usually the organ player plays the bass note with feet and the other notes with the left hand. And I play with one hand using this feature of accordion, these two rows of bass note, and this is really complicated because we studied the traditional system, the classic system, but this is a mix. So we have to build a third map in our hand, our head, in our brain, to cross the two systems.
I see.
So we cannot play all the organ music.
I see.
But in this case, I found some good position to play the correct position of every note, and to have the pedal. And
that's amazing. That's amazing. Fantastic. Yeah. So I mean, I know that I've taken a lot of time. It's been only 3 hours, not too much. I can go on if you're. I mean, I'd love to talk more. When you mention about the academic part, when you talk of the, you briefly mentioned about the understanding the scholarship that is required. But when you mention that, you know, when you speak of the value of the stylistic and philological research, tell me more about that part of your academic, you know, interventions.
But with my students in the conservatory, I try to make a work on all the phases of playing. So of course I don't deal only with early music, but I need to teach the technique, the use of instrument, how to play in concert, and they have to know all the music that we can play for accordion. Mm-hmm. Then when they will know all, they will choose a way if they will want. So in conservatory, my work is a normal work of a normal teacher. I teach like my colleagues. On the early music, I pay a lot of attention, but I do a normal work. When I go in the other academy in Europe, and not only in Europe, usually they call me to teach early music.
I see.
More and more, I have to say, because every year I have some more trips, and I am called to teach early music. So I try to it is impossible in 4 or 5 days to speak about this word, but I try to change some little things, and I hope that with this the students and the teacher will be pushed to learn more, to understand, to go in deep. The first thing I do is to trying to break some crazy tradition. Like I said before, Scarlatti must be played staccato. Why?
Yes.
So I try first to break this, to open mind.
The stereotypes, yeah.
Yes. This we have the same word in Italian, stereotipi.
English has borrowed a lot from Italian.
Yes, and usually I teach and I play a concert. So also playing, I can show what we can do, and I have to say that I'm not better or worse instead of my colleagues, but I am different. I'm really something different in the world of accordion because of my path, because of me. So I show that something different can't exist, and usually I have to say that they appreciate what I say, because we think that the informed musician is someone close in his theory, but is a big mistake. I have to say that more things I learn and more I understand the language and this music, and more I am free.
Yeah.
Because if I understand, I can be free to put what I feel in this music. Before, I remember that I was cold. I was worried about what I can do here, what I can play. It's is it correct or not? And now more I know and more I am free. So to get information make we free, not the opposite. Yeah. And I try to show this to students. Playing this music as not only as an informed musician, but also as a performer that takes his instrument and go in a concert hall.
I usually try to argue with some people who are against the idea of knowledge, tradition, and repertoire from the past. It's almost like the direct relationship between the extent of the root and the expanse of the branches.
Yes.
The learning of heritage music is only learning the extent, going deep down into the roots. It translates into more creativity, more fertility. The ideas, the mind is much more fertile and much more creative. It is more informed. I have seen limitations, in terms of people are less informed if they have limited knowledge. Even history and narratives, if they know only few narratives, the imagination is only poor. The more they know, the greater the capability to create. They have much more to reference with. They have many more references, and in fact, they are more innovative, because if a person knows, let's say, 300-400 melodic modes, melody lines that have been explored, and you have to create something new. You will be making the 400th and first or second and third. You will not be repeating that there is. So I think that is a very important point that you're making.
Yes. And I know it's not easy, because if we want to learn, to expand our roots, we have to put us in discussion. But this is the only way I know. I remember always. I think I will remember always, and I say to all my students this story about Emilia Fadini. When I studied in Milano with her, I remember that she started to invite some friend of her to teach us some specific topics.
I see.
And I remember a lesson with Diego Fratelli. He's a wonderful teacher, and he deals about very early music, vocal, and the late Renaissance, Middle Age. And we were speaking about Frescobaldi, and Diego Fratelli was teaching, and Emilia was sitting near me, and we spoke about a corrente, a dance, and Fratelli said that yes, I think that sometimes a musician plays too fast this corrente, because this must not be in one, this must be in three, always, also the fast corrente. And Emilia near me that say, I always did mistake, I have to change. And she wrote,
wow,
85 years old, the best in the world, and she wrote and she learned and she changed.
Amazing, yeah. There's no limit to learning. And
yes,
beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. But the other truth about, if I may extend the analogy, just to revisit what I was saying, so that just to complete the picture, roots without exposure to sun and the winds, they are also useless. So the history and knowledge as it is in the soil is important, but the branches are meeting with the sun. They are being nourished, they are gaining vitality from the sun that is today. So if I'm, for example, singing a composition from let's say the 16th century, let's say this one, re gama ai ko hamero sajan meet Hari naam sunavai neet ben sadukh beparit sab arpao tan man cheet ko hamero साजन मीत को है मेरो साजन मीत. Now this is late 16th century composition, but it was the winds of 2020.
Yes, sir.
The vocal cord of today. You know, that is the relationship between knowledge that comes from centuries, but it is always contemporary. But the fact that I'm able to touch and taste something that was composed in the 16th century by the 5th Sikh Guru, Guru Arjan Dev, last decade of the 16th century, that I can taste it, I can touch it, I can see it, I can hear it, and be nurtured, and thrive in it. I think that is the relationship between the contemporary and the traditional.
Yes, we can say also, I think is Fadini again, that early music doesn't exist. We play only contemporary music.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes. Different situation, different instrument, different... all is different.
Yeah. And talking of the difference in the instrument, for example, my interest has been, as you would have seen, I mean, I ended up demonstrating something. If you looked at the composition that I just sang, the ornaments, the musical ornaments were different even in India, in South Asia. For example, it is not the chirping of the bird, the flutter of the vocal cords was not done at that time. It was more to do with it was always lean roop. And it is more merger, that always there was one thing merging into the other. There was a gaman, there was a gamak, that is one note always were merging into another. There was bij roop, but in a song, it would not just be bij roop. Ha ko hamero. So this already multiple ornaments are being ko hai. I can go into the exegetical aspect of what the word is meaning. Ko hai mero sajan meet. Who is my beloved friend? Harinam, it's a spiritual one. It's a, Harinam Sunavenit, who can share with me the il nome della creatore, the name of the creator, who can share me the story tell me the tale of the creator, the one who's created everything, which is to do with life. I mean, creation simply means to do with life. I mean, to do with me. I mean, who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? So in the end, when I talk of creator, that's the Dadrashtant, or the actual essence of what is being spoken. Because if I speak about the creator, there is no relevance to me, because its relevance is who am I, why am I created, and what for am I created. So who's that friend who can talk to me about these things? That's the composition. So it begins, ha, ko, ha, meru, has, stai. Meru is mine. Ko, ha, meru is a question, stretch. Sajan is beloved. Me, the intensity of the friend, amico, like that, huh? Ko meru sajan meet harinam sunawa. So the ornaments are, as Professor N. Ramanathan always says, Ashay, that ornaments are not separate from the composition. They are part of the composition. Yes. They are not just there for the sake of it, but they're always, and that's what has been my analysis when I analyze this old, the repertoire from it has been in my family for 5¼ centuries, generation after generation. So a lot of information has arrived and reached. My attendance has been to look at how an ornament is only there to sort of realize the purpose of the word that exists. They're always meaningful additions to the song. Meaningless addition of an ornament was never there. It's not that it is forbidden, but they were intelligent people. They are only doing as much as is required. It's like eating as much as you can eat. You don't go on eating once your stomach is filled. It's not possible. There's only as much space. How is it that you see early music, the ornaments that were there in the Baroque era or Renaissance period, which were there in the harpsichord, the clavichord, the organ, for example, the limitations that there are? I mean, we have to agree to the fact that if Vivaldi had access to today's instruments, maybe he would have picked up something else and also created something for maybe an instrument which only came into, maybe for the accordion, for example, which did not exist at the time when these grand elders were sort of there, were living. The ornaments, therefore, are only as much as you can render via an instrument. How do you see the ornaments, the musical ornamentation that was employed or deployed in the compositions from the early music, the Baroque music, to accordion? Do you translate them? Do you render them? How do you see those ornaments?
Of
My
course,
apologies for a long question.
Yes, because the ornamentation is really one of the questions with capital Q of the Baroque music. Because usually we say that the ornamentation is a sobra-structure, but in the Baroque, not only in Baroque music, in the Baroque art, the ornamentation becomes structure. Yes. We think to architecture, a column, a Baroque column, is not simply, but has a lot of little leaves and birds and angels, and these are ornaments. The ornament is really a typical feature of Baroque art. So we cannot avoid to use ornament, and we cannot avoid to put more ornaments, because we say, we know that they improvise a lot. This is one problem in the understanding of this music. We cannot really know what they played, because we know that the improvisation was absolutely normal. And I played the Allemand from the second suite, French suite by Bach, and in the repetition I put some ornaments, because we know that the repetition was made to put ornaments, to change something. Yeah. So I play ornaments on my accordion. This is the first step. I studied a lot which ornaments they can use. And then I try to choose some ornaments that can be coherent with the style and coherent with my instrument. Thinking that maybe I cannot play some very brilliant ornaments like harpsichord, but I can use dynamics. And when I speak about a messa di voce, a note took from the third or the fourth, this is one of most important ornaments in Baroque, I can play better because I don't have only this scale that give importance to the final note, but I have also the dynamic. So I can really push on this. Maybe I will not use a lot the arpeggio during the chord because I don't need to push on the sound. If I give air, my sound stay simply. I don't need to build the chords and to produce harmonic sounds. It's not important on my instrument. But as I said, I can push a lot on the possibilities of my instrument to give importance to some ornaments.
Can you demonstrate some of the ornaments that are there? Because of the names, I think it will be easier for us to understand listening to the ornaments, because we use different names in South Asia.
Okay, we can come back to the French suite,
okay,
because this is really full of ornament.
I see.
This is an ornament. This is maybe more a rhetoric figure. I don't know if you use this word, figura retorica in Italian.
Okay, we don't use those, but yeah, that's why I said demonstration would be great to understand.
We use this in literature, in poetry, and music took from literature these figure retoriche. They are some little part that needs to give importance, to show some feelings, some and the border between ornaments and figure retoriche is really little. So the big ornament can be figure retoriche, and this is an ornament that needs to show this note. Then this is we call mordente, so a little ornamentation on this note. The same than before. The messa di voce, I spoke about this. This is the note, the fundamental note, this, taken from a third under. Caccini wrote about this. This is really something important. And like the most part of ornament, it comes from the vocal tradition. So an instrument that can sing like accordion can push a lot on this. I don't know, the final. This is a gruppetto. We can also call it half circle. The whole circle is the whole circle is have a fifth of distance. The half circle a third. This is another kind of ornament. And this music is full of also of little ornament, little trills. This is a little trill or mordente. This is another trill with appoggiatura, the dissonance, and then mordente with the undernote. I don't know.
I see.
The saraband, the slow dance. We have some short ornaments, some little mordent, and then some very expressive and vocal ornaments. The note, the main note taken from a fifth. And then a double appoggiatura of a little mordente. And so on, a lot.
Right.
The Baroque music is full of this, and every composer, every country, every school has his own ornaments.
I see.
And it is not easy. Yes, because we speak about Baroque music, but it is 1.5 years of music, right. And France is different from Italy. And is different from Germany. So we need really to know every school, every single composer, to use ornaments in a proper way.
No, it's very important because also here in South Asia we have different regions, different raga systems, melodic modes, unique tal systems, rhythmic patterns. That improvisation was different. Very unique to different places. That's wonderful to know that even in Europe there were different schools had their own way of ornament or attendance to music. Can you demonstrate some of the maybe couple of pieces from two different regions, contrasting with one that you already played, the French one, in this context? Of course, separately you've already demonstrated. But just to look at something, different regions that you can think of just now, just to demonstrate.
I can show something from Italy, for example.
Okay, yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. This is Bach, but Bach in the Italian style.
I see.
And this is really important because we know that the style of German music was a mix between French and Italian style.
I see.
And Bach mixed a lot these two different kind of music. And he loved, of course, French music and Italian music. And he made some transcription of concerts by Italian composer. And this is the beginning of a concert by Vivaldi in a transcription for harpsichord by Bach.
I see. And how would, if you were to play the same in let's say, in different style, is that also possible? Just to see it contrast with the other, the same piece, let's say, if you were to look at it from a different school's perspective.
Yes. I have to force me to do, but
yes, just to demonstrate, just the idea of how
yes.
how you would, yeah.
This is a piece for harpsichord. But I use my accordion and I try to play dynamics.
I see.
Thinking maybe more to the original version for violin and string orchestra than to harpsichord.
I see.
But we can also play it like an organ, for example, without dynamics. Using the register to change.
Right.
This is another way.
Fantastic. It's amazing. I think the possibilities are just extraordinary. And how is yes? You please continue. You were. I think I interrupted you.
No. It is about my choice. I want more and more to push on my instrument because now I start to be aware of language and I start to have many information. So I think that I can push more than before on my instrument. So I really more and more using dynamics and all the possibilities that my instrument give me.
In fact, to end today's conversation, is there something maybe that you think is, I mean, if you can share something in which you have really pushed the extent of the instrument?
Yes. It is not a virtuosistic piece. It's the second time of this concert. And this is a largo, not fast. And in this case, I made a really transcription because normally I read exactly what an harpsichordist read or an organist. But in this case, I made a transcription because I used the traditional accordion. Because in this largo, we have the violin, the solo violin that play the melodic line, and the orchestra that play only some chords. So I think, why not to play chords with the chords, with my system? And so I think this is a wonderful way to end our this discussion.
Yeah.
Is largo from this concert D minor. The concert is F major. For Bach is BWV 978, and for Vivaldi is G major, number 3 of the opera 3, the Estro Armonico.
Fantastic. 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 And what is it, this instrument, why does it pull? I mean, you're versed with so many other instruments. You've known some wonderful musicians who play other instruments. What is it that still, glues you to the accordion? I see it has just become an extension of you. I don't see it as any more separate from your body, from your mind. You're talking through it. You're.
But it is not separate from my body, because I feel it on my on my body.
Extension of your heart and the mind. Yeah.
Yes, and this is really a wonderful thing. But this can be also a problem, because if I start to have some movement, immediately it goes on my playing. Yeah. So it's really an extension of the body of a musician.
Right.
I said to you that I played piano, but I remember that. Okay, I didn't study a lot, only what I need and no more. But I remember that I had no feeling with this instrument. It is, I feel it as far from me, as cold. I touch it only with fingers, and it's really different from my instrument. Yeah. I take him.
It's also like a child. It's the love. It's child. It can be a lover. It can be a child. It can be a parent. It can be a sibling. It can be spiritual. It can be rebellious. It can be sarcasm. It's just there in you. It's in your embrace. It's everything that you can embrace. Everything.
Yes, I really embrace because.
It is. I mean, I've been very fond of. I never played it. I tried to search. My elder son was very much interested. Luigi, who's in Bologna. In fact, I tried to look for my uncle Gyan Singh Sokhi. We dug out from the godown some old accordions. It was they were, but we never got to do that. But I've always been sort of attracted to this instrument, and I was very glad to. So I mean, my question again to revisit that: what is it? I mean, what is it for you? What is music for you that you see through the accordion? Because this is your eye also. This is your taste buds. You taste it through here. You see it through this beautiful instrument in your lap.
But I think I cannot give an answer, because it changes. It changes a lot, because I was accordionist and then I stopped to be accordionist. So I put my instrument in a corner and I concentrate a lot on music. And then now I'm coming back to my instrument, and I think now it is becoming my voice, really, the way I can communicate with people. But I'm working on it. It is changing. It is not a lot of time that I put all this accordion in my early music. So it's really something new for me.
I see.
I know it's not easy to change, but I think it is the only way to grow. To put every time in discussion and to be ready to change.
No, thank you for sharing that insight. It's very, very powerful, very, very moving actually. Talk of, I mean, of course we thought of ending it there, but I'm reminded of the idea of the folk, the popular, but not the popular in contemporary sense, for example, the Italian popular music, which is old also. some to do with dance. There is some European music to do with dance. Of course, we've some of the great composers from early music as well who've composed for dance. Like we spoke of tango, for example. The other cousin, if I may, of the one which stretches from both sides.
Bandoneon.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Is there something that comes to your mind which is which reflects the popular, the folk?
But I don't know. Let's see if. But I can come back to Scappini again because he likes a lot the popular.
I see.
And he used a lot of popular themes in his composition. And okay, it's not really popular. It's very known. This is Fra Martino.
I see.
This is
yes, Fra Martino.
So,
yeah.
Yes, and he wrote some variation on Fra Martino. If you want, we can close.
Yes, that would be fantastic. Yes, that would be fantastic. And we began with Scappini and we end there.
Yes. As before, it's a lot of time that I don't play this,
I
so
see.
please.
No, absolutely. Fantastic. Wow. That's absolutely fantastic. Amazing, amazing.
It's really amazing, this piece.
Wow, I'm blown. What a surprise. I would have never expected this. The imagination. Wow, what creativity. What creativity. And I think this summarizes also the idea that the negotiation between the tradition and the modern. How we converse with that which is ancient, and how is the ancient conversing is able to deal with us, deal with modernity. And,
Yes, yes.
and then the encounter and the conversation that happens thereafter, after the meeting, how we meet. I think there's future in that. It is a meeting between the past and the present. The future is. Wow, this was absolutely fantastic. I just don't want to end, it's one after the one surprise after the other. But thank you so much for taking time out, Giorgio. It's been mind-blowing. And I cannot thank you enough for taking time out.
We can end with my son. I think he is here. Daniele?
Oh, really?
Vieni, dai, stiamo finendo.
Ciao, buonasera. Parla inglese o solo parla italiano?
Hello.
Hello, ciao. You have to sit down. Come stai? Buonasera.
Bene.
Hai visto un signore con la barba e baffi che parla italiano?
Sua moglie è di Napoli,
Sì, ho sentito.
proprio del quartiere dove viene
Già
da-
sentito, ma come hai sentito? Tu non era qui, no?
I said them before
I
we
see.
start.
Okay. That's
Okay.
Also, do you speak English? Come ti chiami?
Yes. Daniele.
Ah, Daniele. Ma tu, do you play?
Yes, I
you-
play drums and vibraphone.
Ah, I see. You don't like. I see. You told me that you hate your pop playing the accordion, isn't it? You told me that, no?
Yeah.
No, no, no. He doesn't like to play accordion, but I'm very happy because he plays drums with a very good teacher and many other percussion, also ethnic percussion from Africa, for example.
I see.
And he is doing a very nice path with a very good teacher.
I see. That's wonderful. But you don't like the accordion? I was just teasing him. I said you told
No,
me
I
that.
like.
But you told me yesterday that you don't like your dad playing the accordion.
Hai detto ieri che non ti piaceva.
I'm just kidding. That's a Punjabi Sikh joke. Very similar to Neapolitan jokes. We are like cousins, the Punjabis and the Neapolitans.
The problem is not with Punjab or Naples, is with English. You must study.
No,
No, don't study English, please. We should. I think enough English has been spoken. We need to pick up another language now. Thank you, Daniele. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah. So, bye-bye. Yeah. Giorgio, thank you so much. You want to say something at the end for everybody, for your friends and our friends who've joined us today. Many compliments have come. I don't have to repeat, but later on you can have a look at the comments as well on Facebook. Anything you would like to say at the end? Then
I thanks you first of all. I'm very happy,
My
really. I have to thank also Claudio Brizzi,
Yes.
because without him I would not be here.
Us, yes.
And thanks to all the people that listen to us. I hope to have put some more things on the knowledge of accordion, this new instrument, full of things, full of possibility. Yeah. I hope that some people has maybe changed his view on accordion. His thinking. That's my work. Try to show people that this is not only a popular instrument. I'm very happy for my popular roots, because there are some more, not some less. But the modern accordion is something more. And thanks again to that you allowed me to show this.
No, my pleasure, really. I think this is a very important conversation, because I see the future also in Indian classical music. There's a wonderful young, there are few prodigies who've been playing, but Utsav Lal is a young prodigy who's been playing Indian classical music on piano. He's a wonderful young fellow. And there are many people, and I think the kind of introduction that you have given and shown the possibility that it is not just for some popular, light kind of a moment, light-hearted kind of indulgence with the instrument, but this instrument has the capacity to delve into the depths of thought, philosophy. I mean, you're able to converse. The very first or the second piece that you played, I think, when I mentioned that it is conversing, it is not just conversing, it is contemplating. I see a lot of contemplation and, engaging in thought. It is that the instrument is able to think. An instrument which is able to think and able to share the fruit of that thought, I think that is a complete instrument. It is, and I see a future even to do with Indian classical music. I think people, if they can learn the technique, some extraordinary music can be played on this. Of course, violin has been played very seriously in South Indian music, also in North Indian music. I just was in conversation with one of the finest violinists of our times, Kala Ramnath, who's Seattle-based and of course lives in Mumbai. She plays Indian classical music, North Indian classical music on the violin. Her aunt, her cousin, and there are many people. I mean, there's a violin has been played for the last 100, 150 odd years here in South Asia, Indian classical music. I see that accordion, harmonium has been played. It is played daily in Indian concerts. In fact, the tuning is a problem. For example, if you were to just touch one, let's say C or D, if you can touch the note, if you can play, just so I re So these the idea, but the fact that to lower the note, you can put the pressure. You can pull the air, and I think there are possible. So I was looking at the instrument also with that possibility of
yes,
how one.
I know that. I know that some colleagues is using some microtonal accordion.
Yes,
there is a research also on different scales. And,
I see. Really? Oh. I would love to also look at that that part of the research as well. Sometimes we can always discuss with the concerned maestro who's been working on those microtonal aspects. I think there's a lot of possibility. Thank you so much for sparing time and sharing the wealth of your knowledge. I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
That's it. Bye-bye. Yes. So friends, this was my conversation with Professor Giorgio Dellarole. and it's been a fantastic conversation. I really enjoyed. I think it was a very, very important introduction with the instrument. Mind-boggling, in fact, and very enlightening. I learned a lot about, as I mentioned, as I was sharing with him, that I would encourage people really to consider this instrument in a serious manner and try and playing something with this. Anyway, it's time for me to share what we are doing tomorrow. I'll be in conversation with Ustad Ghulam Abbas Khan. I knew his dad very dearly well, and belongs to a very, very important musical lineage. Tomorrow I will be in conversation with him from 5 p.m. onwards. So ਦੋਸਤੋ ਸਾਥੀਓ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰਾਨਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਚਿਰ ਜੁੜੇ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ। ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਦੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਸਤਾਦ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਅਬਾਸ ਖਾਨ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਏਗੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਅਹਿਮ ਇੱਕ ਪਰੰਪਰਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ ਪਾਂਦੀ ਹਨਗੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਲਿਦ ਸਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਸਤਾਦ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਸਾਦਿਕ ਖਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਿਆਰ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ, ਔਰ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਅਬਾਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੇਰ ਤੋਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਤੋਂ ਮਤਲਬ 25-30 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਨਾ। ਥੋੜੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਈ। ਮੁੰਬਈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਹੀ ਲਿਵਸ ਇਨ ਮੁੰਬਈ, ਸੋ ਹੀ ਵਿਲ ਬੀ ਜੁਆਇਨਿੰਗ ਟੂਮੋਰੋ। ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ 5 ਵਜੇ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਰਿਜ਼ਰਵ ਕਰ ਲਓ। ਹੋਪ ਟੂ ਸੀ ਯੂ ਟੂਮੋਰੋ ਐਟ 5 p.m. as I'll be in conversation with Ustad Ghulam Abbas Khan. As I mentioned in Punjabi, that his father, Ustad Padma Shri awardee Ustad Ghulam Sadiq Khan, and I were very close, and he used to be very fond of me. He in fact has been to my place as well a few times. We would often meet in the radio and many other, every once in a while we would meet at concerts. He was very, very loving towards me. And I'm looking forward to being in conversation with him because he belongs to one of the finest schools, music schools, the Sahaswar Gharana. And he, of course, sings the khayal, but he then is a composer. He sings ghazal, tumri, dadra, a lot of Sufi and folk, and also bhajans. Quite a repertoire, quite an extensive portfolio that he has. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining. I know that Professor Somdat Battu was also here, and I'm so grateful. He took time in spite of not feeling very well in the last several weeks. I can only offer you salutations for the rest of the weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow at 5. Khuda Hafiz. Namaskar. Buonanotte Italia. Good night India. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Sat Kartar.